disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, you know, just once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and
they were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him.
No, fuck all that noise. Get you a bottle of gin from Total Wine. Fire up your TV. Drink your gin. Drink your gin.
Hey, you social media!
Here's what you gotta do.
Meerkat Mall.
Drink your gin. Drink a Pepsi later on. Play fucking WWE champions. Consequences have actions, Pep.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. Stop being a fucking victim. You fucking bitch. You fucking asshole. Own your shit. Own your shit. Own it. Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself, bitch?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. You're still on mission 1. No, I'm not gonna let you lie. I know you're lying. I'm gonna pick on you. I know you're lying. Being dishonest and begging for money and people wanting justice. He is not a real person. He is not genuine. He is not honest. He's a scammer. I just see a scammer.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. I just see a scammer. Begging. Like, we totally fucked him. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. I understand everything now. I know why there's this hate wave on him, and it's been on him for years. It's because of this bullshit.
Meerkat Mall.
Oh, yes, brother. We are so back. We are so back. And we are so winning. We used to be seething and coping, but now we're just winning and chilling.
Who?
They all wanna know how I live my
Meerkat Mall.
how I spend my money, how I treat my mom, why. But I hope that he don't show them what I'm truly like. Cause if he does, then my 2 big bills won't get paid on time. Cause I can't afford to lose another pay pick. June's gonna make everybody think I'm crazy. Show the world how I made a stationary statement. Slave trade joke, but I swear I'm not a racist. I said I loved you, but I didn't mean it. On a feels a nagger, eat it. Skin complexion like a white cheddar, cheese it. And I'm getting that feeling. It time
Meerkat Mall.
The chap.
Please don't ask my viewers why they could. Yeah, he gon' show my lousy interview. You can eat it with a spoon. 'Cause in time, yeah, in time,
Meerkat Mall.
gambling addiction, alcohol abuse. Cash advantage for money matches I lose. You can eat it with a spoon. 'Cause in time, yeah, in time, June, I got a feeling June gon' call me out. For doing dash and everything, even though I have got and Derek, I hope he ignores him. I'm just a little streamer and I can't really afford it. I swear to God, if he slanders me, I'll get a lawyer. I don't know what to do, so I'll act nice. Try to beg less. Yeah, right. Stop talking about steak. This is my night. Dog's coming out, so I guess I better act right. Please don't ask my viewers why they could. Yeah, he gon' show my lousy interview. You can eat it with a spoon. 'Cause in time, yeah, in time, gambling addiction, alcohol abuse, cash advances for money matches I lose. You can eat it with a spoon. 'Cause in time, yeah, in time, 'cause in time, yeah, in time, 'cause in time, yeah, in time,
All right, we got some more music up since I started early, so let's get people to gather around because, man, all the clips today are not to be missed. You don't want to miss this one because this one is one of the biggest ones. God damn.
Yeah, that's so he was caught masturbating. I think he's like 35 years old.
Who?
I just want the bust. Oh man, bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the
Chap.
Lyric and Mob.
I just want the bust. I just want the eating. I just want the I am fucking based. Eat it. Kiss my fucking ass and lick my balls. Fucking eat it. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Eat it. Eat it. I just want the bust. Oh man, bust.
Dog.
Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust.
Oh, please.
I just want the
Lyric and Mob.
I just want the
You're milking a human.
I just want the I just want the
Please.
I just want the
Please.
You piece of shit!
Lyric and Mob.
All right, everybody. Last song, and we're gonna get right into it. Massive shout out to all the gifted memberships. Big ups to Movie Sign for the 10 gifted. Big ups to me for the 5 gifted. There's 5 coming up a little bit later. Big ups to Iviga for the 5. Big ups to Copeside Phil for the 5 gifted and Anti-Distortion for the 5 gifted. Congratulations to everybody that got one. I have streams planned for tomorrow and maybe hopefully Sunday. So you're gonna get the chance this month, more than last month, a lot more than last month, to actually take advantage of your super epic membership perks.
Wanna see it drip, they wanna see me clip. I wanna see a tip. Hateful slurs, yeah, I might just let it slip. Dance in my chat, trying to watch me react. Skulls cave in, but the wheelchair's fast. Wipe off the drool and I'm coming right back. Get the money quick, but I'm spending it faster. Saggy lips, got a case of saggy tits. They be swaying while I'm gaming, complaining about laggy shit. My bottle of gin, drink it while I come waddling in. It's time to begin. Level 1, that's the level I'm in. They call me a pig, and that's because I probably am. Ain't got many friends, gotta make money for pulls and gin. So tip me a 10, animations of diapers and men. I'm trying to fit in by being a piece of shit to my den. They say I'm a dent, I call him a mouth drooler. Got a couple screws loose in my medulla. Oblongata or whatever, that's why I'm so stupid. And my biggest fans are Kuma, mouth drooler.
Meerkat Mob.
Alcohol abuser, mouth drooler. Wish you found me sooner. I was cooler. Now I'm just a brain dead mouth drooler. Bitch, I'm helpless. I'm a loser. Alcohol abuser, mouth drooler. Wish you found me sooner. I was cooler. Now I'm just a brain dead.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
introducing the chocolate starfish.
Yes. Yes. Wow, this is the hypest opening of all time. Welcome everybody. This is the Swaycast. And today, it's one of the most meaningful Swaycasts to ever exist. And I'm going to tell you just a brief little list. I'm going to itemize the things that happened recently. Our boy, Mr. Rafters, Mr. Down, you know, Down Syndrome Phil, as they called him in the documentary, as one of the old school FGC members called him in the documentary. Mr. Down Syndrome Phil. What he did, he made the biggest fucking mistake ever, which is something that I said he's going to go to the grave with. It's a mistake. It's a secret that he's going to take to his grave. Well, he didn't. Or maybe he's already in the grave. You never know. And what he did is that he admitted he is down from the rafters, or at least he was down from the rafters. But then at some point, at an undisclosed time and place, he sold the account on the black market for mobile games, allegedly. And he is no longer down from the rafters. Of course, nobody believes this. He made a huge video talking about every time he talked about WWE champions, he lied because, well, the running theme of the June the King documentary, which is something that I will probably get around to watching tomorrow, because I'm going to have a whole stream of watching that thing. The running theme is that he is a big liar, and he's not really hiding that. He's pretty much just admitting, yep, I'm a big stinky liar. You guys don't have to trust me now, but why would I lie about WWE champions, dude? That was my account, but then I sold it. But then, like a week ago, when I was talking about my other account that I'm playing off stream, it's very complicated. And what he said was that he's been playing on that account for 7 years. So clearly, to everybody, a dude, it's, you know, it's the boy who cried wolf, literally. He could be telling the truth right now and having sold the account years ago, and nobody's still going to believe him because he's a big stinky liar. And he's going to be remembered as a big stinky liar. Speaking of a big stinky liar, he had, well, that's DSP. And DSP had Stuttering Craig on the Level 1 podcast. You know, the guy that he lied to for 5 hours straight about WWE champions, the bank leaks, all that shit. He had him on as a guest on his podcast. And Craig, let me sum this up for you. So DSP, with his huge apology fetish, he demanded an apology from Craig because Craig didn't check his email. Then he demanded an apology for terrorizing Phil. Of course, I'm gonna watch all this shit today, so you're gonna get to see the details of it. But yes, he demanded an apology for having people terrorize Phil for like a year, and then Craig told him to go fuck himself. And what did DSP do? I'm gonna actually give you just a sneak peek of what happened, because this shit is wild. Is wild what had happened. Like, the embodiment of Darkside Phil is being a bitch.
Extending that olive branch.
Listen to this.
That opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself. All right, guys. So
he wanted to get the final words so bad that he didn't even finish saying "go fuck yourself" before hanging up on the guy. In the most ultimate spineless bitch boy maneuver of all time. This is a middle-aged man who wanted to get the final word so bad, he couldn't even end his promo before he took the guy off the air. Absolutely spineless. And what followed was Craig booted up his own stream and people were giving him money, which is good. It's positive because he made this great piece of content we're going to be watching today. Actually, we're going to start with this. We're going to start with the intro. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to start with the champions because I got more stuff to say about that, and it's relatively short. It's 30 minutes long. This guy admitted basically he committed bankruptcy fraud because he did, because that $5,000 in business expenses was exactly what everyone was saying it was, which was basically covering up for the champion spending. And he won. He got a successful bankruptcy. So I guess the only thing that taught him is that if you lie hard enough and the people you lie to are idiots, you're going to win. Which is something that he should have known so far because he's been doing nothing but that for like 20 years straight. Well, it is what it is. Let me just do some shout outs first and let's get into it. Big ups Nervous Noodles for the $1.48. He's the kid that took his ball home for losing. That's pretty much what he did. And he tried to like set Craig up to say something so he could end the call. It's like, okay, so what you're saying is that I can still be on your show, right? Right? And Craig was like, yeah, man, like, whatever. Well, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself. Awesome. Big ups again, Nervous Noodles for the 148. Taking a break from firings, Sir CEO of Microsoft. I am for now, because firing people, man, it's pretty exhausting. I prefer hiring them, because you get to see the hope in their eyes. And then firing them, and you get to see that hope extinguished. I get them to work on some shitty ass game that nobody asked for, that's gonna tank day one, and then I close the studio. That's absolutely based. And they get felted, as DSP would say. Oh, speaking of that word, the F slur. Man, Kino Casino, when they come back from summer vacation, they need to come up with something else, because this guy completely destroyed it. He injected himself into their show, and then just ripped off all of their gimmicks and then run them into the ground in the span of like 2 weeks. Because, of course, he got no actual identity of himself. And this kind of what happens. Big ups Oink Oink Ack Ack for the membership. Big ups Coldside Phil for the 5. You should look at the comments for the Craig interview. It's bad. Even the dents are saying Craig looked great and Phil looked awful. I did see the stream chat because I was watching it on DSP's channel. But the stream chat, of course, is sub-only mode, like 24 hours, so it's just nothing but DSP fans in there. And they were just shitting on Craig for the most part. But yeah, I imagine DSP made himself look bad, because this is a grown-ass man demanding apologies and humiliating himself. And Craig just kind of handled it well. There was a couple of contradictions where he said, yeah, I'm sorry for this, and then said, I'm not sorry for this, you know. But talking to DSP is a true undertaking. Like having a debate or any kind of a discussion with this guy is impossible because he just wants to win. And he had both Keemstar and Craig on his show just so he can find a gotcha moment and shit on him for something. With Keem, it was because he said that LolCow podcast was fake and all the other shit with the fucking LolCow podcast, you know. And Keemstar was just nodding his head along. It was just like, whatever, bro. Are you going to come on the show? And DSP in the end just said no. And Craig, it's obvious why he wanted Craig on. But you don't have this guy that you lied to for 5 hours straight on your show a day after admitting that you lied to him for 5 hours straight. And there's one absolutely godlike quote in this interview. We're going to get to it later, but it's absolutely godlike. Something along the lines of, well, I'm not going to tell you because I'm going to misinterpret it and fuck it up and be wrong. So, yeah. Big ups Samurai Sansa for 19 months. Tricky for 20 months, who says big ups. Big ups to you. Well Swayed, 16 months. And Paul J. Brazzle for the 2 says, not a razzle or dazzle? No, it's Brazzle. Yes, it's him. Big ups Grey Lobster, 6 months. Troy MG for the membership. And Grey Lobster, yes, that's it. And I think that's it. All right, let's get into this. So this is DSP confesses everything, by the way, about WWE Champions.
No matter what I tell you, all right, they're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so This is only for those who actually are capable of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that. Okay. All right. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it. Okay. Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally every time someone asked me about WWE Champions, every single fucking time.
And now I'm starting to get flashbacks, like I got PTSD from the great civil war of detractors. Because, man, and I was here for it, and some of you guys were here for it, for all the hours that he spent straight up slandering people. Let's start from CRAG. CRAG wanted to get an admission from me about something that I didn't do, and he used this as an opportunity to make me look bad. That's now slander, because he admits he lied about it. Slandering the detractors. These mentally ill losers, they should go to jail, they should go to a fucking asylum, they should get this and that, because they accused me of playing champions. And this is it's been going on over the course of the last like 5 years with the whole champions bullshit. The last 5 years, over and over and over again. Just straight up lying. Of course, Secret Limited, who made the whole video where it's just the entire package on why DSP is down from the rafters, they got slandered too. Everybody gets slandered. And this guy now, just now, when he's completely cornered and out of all options, just now admits that's him. Because they correlated the Discord to the one that he's using right now, and it's the same thing. And you just can't run away from that. It's just cold, hard facts. And I thought there were nuggets of truth.
Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business. Okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid. This is dumb. You know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way. And I tried so hard for so long to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it. But I forgot. Well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the anal nature.
The anal nature. And now immediately deflect onto trolls. This has also been a huge theme throughout this week. Constantly deflecting to trolls. The moment he sees something is going to make him look bad in the eye of the public, and especially his new best friends, deflect into trolls.
Right? A couple things they outright got me on, like...
And low-key, we're just now complimenting the trolls for doing thorough research and being very analytical, which, I mean, yeah, well, they deserve those compliments.
For example, the Discord thing, I had no idea about any of that. I was incredibly ignorant, okay, of all of it. I didn't know any of that shit. So I had no clue that they could, like...
And what's even cooler is on the little display behind him, you have a little Hulk Hogan with the DSP face swap image that reads Philomania. With now, it has aged very badly, because not only is Hulk Hogan a huge notorious liar and a narcissist, Darkside Phil is as well, and he admits to it.
Track a Discord versus like numbers on your name and shit like that. So, you know, for me, here's the thing. Do you really, if you're a person who's coming to my stream...
And this is also implying that if the Discord part wasn't in the June the King documentary that completely seals the deal that he is down from the rafters, he wouldn't have admitted to this.
And you just want to watch the content and have fun. Do you want to hear about this shit?
Do I want to hear about the 2 big bills you have, the broken shower you have, the broken food disposal you have, the broken vacuum cleaner you have, the broken TV you have, the fat wife you have? Do I want to hear about any of that if I'm here to chill and have fun and watch you play video games? It's the same logic. Do I have to hear about his bankruptcy or his taxes or saving his house? Or his copyright strikes or the views he got on a video where the music was turned off or the music was turned on and it got copyright claimed? Am I here to watch him share his analytics page and brag about a little spike of views that he got off of making drama videos?
My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions.
That is blatantly false. He lost a couple of significant fans because he was lying to his fans at the time. He lost Rob on Wheels because he was begging too much, and then Rob on Wheels started sucking up the detractors, and most of them probably just told him to fuck himself, because that's what I did. and a bunch of other guys. When the bank leaks dropped, he lost a couple of pay pigs.
My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right. When I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes, yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things.
Misspeaking.
Exactly directly where the money was going, but it was because I was kind of desperate for that week, you know.
So he fucking lied? There was misspeaking at the time about where the money was going. That's a really weird way to say that you just lied about where the money is going. And it's a very interesting way of saying that this justifies people caring about where the money is going. Because that's what people have been saying for years. It's like, I wouldn't care about where this guy spends his money if he didn't make it everybody's fucking business that he needs money for a specific something.
But the WWE Champions thing, 100%, again, I just always lied about it because I thought it wasn't important. It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me time.
This is crazy. It wasn't important. Also, go back looking at the clips of him saying that people almost ruined his life slandering him over this and other stuff. That is also probably true, but this for a fact is true.
And time again over the years. So many times for stupid shit. That wasn't true. They had finally found one stupid little thing.
One stupid little thing, by the way. Spending tens of thousands of dollars you asked from the public and pretended they're going somewhere else, and you spend it on fun little pictures of sweaty man. It's a stupid little thing. Also, how is it a stupid little thing when this guy admits he had a mobile phone game addiction? An actual addiction. An addiction ruins people's lives. It's not just a stupid little thing. You don't see some fucking crackhead talking about crack as if it was a stupid little thing. It rules their lives. It's something that controls your behavior and your mindset. It's not a stupid little thing. But of course, here we're going to try and downplay it because the whole idea is that he lied to his audience, that he is milking for money for years. And he was saying, not only did he lie, but when he was lying, he was saying that he was completely honest and everyone was lying about him.
That they got me on, right? So I'm going to tell you this the truth now. But again, many of you are not going to believe it. I can't make you believe it. And I'm gonna open up for the first time about this topic ever right now here tonight. And some of you, if this is it for you and you can't take it and you want to leave and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you.
Well, you can't do anything about them anyways. You can make them watch you and you can make them go away.
All right, I can't. But for those who've been here through this journey with me,
and this is just an abusive relationship. This is nothing more than that. And later when he talks to Craig, it also shows up the bitter, jilted lover, ex-boyfriend. Straight up just an abusive relationship. You can't even frame this in any other way. I lied to you all this time. I cheated on you when I was gaslighting you into believing that I didn't cheat on you, but now I'm telling the truth. And now I'm really committed to this relationship, like for real. If you want to leave because I lied to you and I cheated for you for so long, I can't stop you. But please, I'm telling the truth.
Years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence, you know, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true, that you don't care about my past and the shit that I was doing, you know, that was stupid and bad, because I admit it was stupid and bad, okay?
This guy is so easy to manipulate as well. Because all that happened, if you look back, is Kino Casino had them on their show and just didn't shit on him. That's all it took. Well, they shat on him lightly, as in like razzing, but that's not shitting on somebody. And that's all they had to do. And now this guy believes he's on top of the world.
All right, so, ready? Admission number 1. Yes, the They Call Me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account.
Notice how he says is my account and not was my account? Because if you sold it, you would say it was my account. Specifically, DSP would say it was my account. Because this guy is the semantics monster. This guy's whole life runs around semantics. Everything is semantics and proper phrasing. Did he misspeak again? He might have misspoke, you guys. Let's allow him to continue.
Okay? That's mission number 1. It is. It always was.
It always was.
Okay? Now, it was very stupid of me to name it. They call me DSP. You might say, why was he so dumb to name that account that? Because when I opened it in 2017, when the game launched, I didn't think anyone was going to ever give a fuck about my mobile game spending. I had already played games such as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Supercard, WWE Supercard, and others as well. And like,
yep, and I've also said this in the past as well. Back when the game came out, he didn't have anything to hide because he wasn't begging for money as aggressively as he has been since. So that account shouldn't have been a secret because he didn't have a reason to hide it.
for me, it was like, who cares? Like, who would ever give a shit? I'd already publicly posted and talked about playing those games, spending money on them and shit, right? So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did, okay? Fair enough. So what ended up happening was the game came out, what, 2017? And I barely played it that hardcore, like the first year or so, I would say. It wasn't until the second year where the game actually got like redesigned to be more serious of a game. And so then it kind of warranted more time, more spending, etc.
More serious of a game. And I'm very surprised he didn't bring up the addiction talking point, because that would have helped protect him from criticism and also got him a bunch of sympathy, because he could have just said, man, I was so addicted. My whole life was consumed by this. And I was so stressed out at the time that the only solace I saw in life was spending money on Hulk Hogan's dick. But, well, I guess he's too stupid to do that.
Well, I played it for what? It came out in 2017. So I would say I played it for like 2.5 years. And I think about year 1 or 2, like a year in, 2 years in, it got, you know, to the point where everyone wanted to form guilds and factions because big events were being based in the game around that. So that's when I joined my first faction. And I was, you know, playing along with the faction. At the time, I was low. I wasn't, you know, I didn't have a good account or anything. They were teaching me along the way on how to play the game and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And basically, after like, I don't remember, the time frame is going to be completely wrong in my head. I can't tell you times of anything because I don't know, because I never tracked it. Eventually, after
this is so dumb. Again, like, you're gonna have this huge confession and not prepare anything beforehand, not prepare like a script or a bunch of bullet points or something. I don't get it. Again, it's the same thing with Stuttering Craig that we're gonna see later on. It's like this guy went to an interview where they were obviously gonna ask about this and pressure him on it, and he prepared nothing? Nothing, not anything.
Being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay? So, and then I was with them probably a year more. Okay? And so, of course, there's going to be like, there was Discord, you know, chats and things like that. There never was an issue with any of this.
There was an issue that he lied about not having a Discord. At the time, he was talking to other people about Hogan. He lied about not having a Discord. So the lies about WWE Champions is not just about that account being his. It's about everything that it ever came in contact with.
Never.
The Discord, the Line app, pretending he didn't know what a Line app is, pretending to not know what a two-factor authentication is, all that shit. So many lies over the span of 7 years. So many lies. You can't count them.
And then all of a sudden, somehow, someone had discovered that there was a WWE champion's name of my name. And I guess what it is someone who had played the game, knew how the accounts worked or whatever, and they did money. And they said, he spent thousands of dollars on the game, right? Based on some calculation that they had made. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what it is, because I don't watch my detractors shit. Okay?
This is also a lie, because over the last like 2 weeks, he's had dedicated segments watching Duty videos. Just straight up giving you an update of what Duty is doing. Just straight up, like a detractor update. He called that segment Playing with Duty, because of course, it's DSP, it has to be somehow related to Scat.
And I'm not here to tell you I didn't spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE Champions. Okay?
How much? How much? If we're gonna confess everything, everything about WWE champions, what is a good amount of money? To me, a good amount of money is like $40,000. That's a pretty good amount of money. I would like to have that. I would think I would be feeling good after this amount of money. But what is a good amount of money?
On WWE champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right?
Also, he lied about this in front of Adam and Craig as well. They asked him, how much money have you spent when you're playing champions? Because he admitted to actually playing it, but down from the rafters was not his account. And he said a couple of $100 or something.
This is
which that doesn't sound like a good amount of money.
Big moment, correct? What ended up happening was basically my detractors, seeing that there was this name that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me like banned from the game. All right. What they found is that obviously the makers of the game don't care.
Nobody tried to get him banned from the game. What would they get him banned for? Well, now they can get him banned for talking about selling his account, because that's against the Scopely terms of service. You can't sell your account in a mobile game. So that's a reason to get him banned now. He's straight up giving us one. But before that, he didn't break any of the Scopely terms of service by spending money on the game. Obviously, this is full of shit because it's a deflection that's about to point. It's supposed to point the toxicity not against him, but against the detractor. Because, man, look at these guys. They're so unhinged. They tried to get me banned off a mobile game. If anything, they did get him kicked out of a couple of guilds. That is true. They did that.
That I have haters online. They don't give two fucks. So the attempt to like get to the company and shit, no one cared, right? So what they ended up doing is they started actually sending in clandestine people into the server.
Clandestine people. He's acting like the detractors are legitimately like a singular entity. And it's not just like a couple of dudes independently doing that. Or maybe even like one guy. Because all you got to do is just join a random Discord server and tag the mod and be like, hey, DSP, this guy is a piece of shit. You shouldn't have him in your guild. And then they're going to be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to kick him out because this means nothing to me. And then they just kick him out. He's acting like it's legitimately some Cold War shit. Some black op.
Of the clan that I was in, the faction I was in, to join and then start tracking conversations, trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was...
What information, though? What information? Because all he was talking about in these chats was just like the new Hogan and how strong is the new Hogan. That's pretty much it.
A detractor literally made shit up. They had made a fake Discord conversation between me and the actual guy who had like...
What?
This faction I was in, that it was so weird. I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person.
Wait, this is some brand new lore. Somebody, what, they photoshopped the Discord conversation? How is it a fake conversation?
Saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game.
What?
Weird conversation, right?
How have I not seen this? What is this? What is he even talking about? That's not in the documentary. And that's, I don't think that's in the Secret Limited video. Because if it was as hype as he's talking about, that would be everywhere. Everyone would have seen it.
But basically, they doxed the guy. Like, they put it on Kiwi Farm. All right? So because
did they?
I had gotten doxed, now it escalated. It's not just, oh, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, you know, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. You know, it's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever. And all along,
or whatever,
denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer. That's not me. Okay. Well, what ended up happening was, even though I had been in that faction for like one,
and he kept lying to everybody.
that data, they kicked me from the faction.
So he got a bunch of people doxxed because he couldn't admit that he is the guy that they're actually looking for. Wow, what a great confession. It makes him look so much worse.
Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, fuck you, get out. Okay? So, after kicking me from the faction, now I had already invested like 2 years into the game.
Because if anything, if I knew other people were being harassed because of me, I would just tell them, hey man, just kick me out. Just kick me out. And that's going to get the weight off your back. Because you don't deserve to get people shitting on you on the internet for having me in your fucking Discord. Just kick me out. I'll find another faction.
And I didn't want all that time investment and money investment to go to waste. So I went around looking for other factions. And that's...
Notice, he didn't want that money investment to go to waste. This sounds like somebody who would sell his fucking Champions account for like, what, $500? $1,000? When he spent tens of thousands in it? It doesn't sound like it to me. And we all know if he needs a couple of extra $100, he would just beg for it. He would just make a begathon.
That's when you can see this TJ Gamebox or whatever.
Hey, shout out TJ Gamebox. He won. He actually won. It was all worth it in the end. TJ Gamebox is the GOAT.
Who says that I joined his faction, right? And then all of a sudden my trolls were following me around from faction to faction, joining the faction as well, just to track, information, to see how much money was being spent, to basically dox the other people in the faction. Okay? So I probably joined and got kicked out of 2-3 different factions as a result of it. Okay? Now, basically, after all that happening, I was fed up. And I was like, I wonder, is there a way around this? Is there a way that I could just like protect my identity in the game?
You know what? I think that's a good way of approaching it. Ninja Tick says in chat, I didn't believe you before. I'm not going to believe you now. Well, I didn't believe him before either. And I was right. So I'm not going to believe him now. So the possibility of being right again is pretty high. So I'm just going to stick to my gut. That believing that this guy is a liar, I'm going to continue with that.
Well, the game doesn't let you change your name. All right. So I did actually at one point, I reached out to the people who ran the game and I said, is there a way we could change my name so that no one would know?
This is also a very fun fact. And now I'm going to pull up the actual side scrollers. Does that have the... I don't think that has a transcript. Oh, it does. Because during this show, he said, man, if I would change my name, that's what I would do. Maybe that guy went to the Scopely admins. Change name? There it is.
I was like, what? Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do name changes.
Listen to this. And he just blatantly fucking lied.
Call me DSB, change it to whatever the hell they change it to. Why haven't you changed it to some
That's what I'm about to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them, I said, listen, this is happening and I'm really afraid. And they told me they don't do that. I was like, what?
They don't do that. They don't do that. Flashback. Flash forward to right now.
That I'm this person, and then they slap harassing everyone around me. Because listen, I want to keep playing your game. I've invested time and money into it, but I can't. Everywhere I go, these people are harassing and doxing everywhere I'm involved in.
Oh yeah, man. Dude, now I get all the flashbacks to saying this exact thing happened, and that he went full on Karen mode to the tech support guy, and the tech support guy was like, oh my god, this guy spent tens of thousands. I guess we gotta do it.
So
we were right all along. Everybody that made up this crazy theory that he got his name changed on an app you couldn't even change your name by crying about it to the support, they were completely right 1000%.
The company, who owns the game, who makes the game, said, yeah, we can see if we can change your name or whatever. Okay?
Or whatever. Notice how he just inserts the or whatever at any point, just to muddy the waters a little bit.
So,
or whatever.
I can't remember the exact specifics of how it all went down.
But why did he do it twice? Because that change was that name was changed twice. First it was They Call Me DSP, then it was The Gun Show 86. You know what? That's an awesome clip. DSP, The Gun Show. And for the people that were thinking, Wow, this guy, like, what's with this guy? He's very honest. He couldn't be lying and also making the face, this face.
What does the gun show mean? I don't know. What do you
Huh? What does the gun show mean?
What does the gun show mean? In reference to me, I have no idea. A gun show is a place where they publicly sell guns. A lot of people in the United States have an issue with that.
Yeah, right. Down from the rafters. And this one is the best though. This one rocks.
$1 says great gameplay. I consider this the newest day. It's like one newest day. That's not a word. I've gone down from the rafters. Oh.
In this face? This is the face you make when you go down from the rafters. Oh man. All of this has aged so well. I love internet shit that ages really well. All these really weird faces he does with the fucking bulging eyes. Outstanding. Outstanding. And he was lying this whole time. Look at this guy. He's so obviously honest.
Okay. I consider this the newest day and gone...
The newest day, by the way, was one of the factions that he was in.
Gone down from the rafters. What?
It's so funny, dude. He has no idea what this is about.
Okay. Thanks for the $1 tip. I have no fucking clue what you just said.
Guess what he's gonna say now.
Okay then. Just another weird message. I have no clue. I'm just gonna say okay. Nod. Okay. Thanks for the $1. All right. I'm looking for. There's no shells on this.
Oh, I got no idea what this is about, you guys.
All right. But to make a long story short, they are so dumb. All right. I explained to them, the timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right. You change my...
Again, by the way, these people I was giving thousands of dollars to instead of investing them in my business or taking my wife on a honeymoon, they were so dumb. Also, this game sucks. But here's my money.
My name when I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction. Okay? Great. They idiotically changed my name before the time we had agreed to.
Oh, this is it. This is it. This is the gun show. So people could still track him under the gun show. There we go. This makes it make sense.
So everyone saw the name change. I was still in the faction. People were still tracking the account and they saw the name change. They fucked it up. All right? So at this point now, it's like, there's no way at all that I'm going to be able to play this game because everywhere I go and everything I do, these people are going to be tracking it or whatever. So after...
Big ups Johnny 5 for the £5. Big ups, I hated the vest, by the way. It made him look like a baked potato. Dude, literally. Hold on. What was it? Reopen tab. It literally makes him look like a baked potato. The fucking tinfoil vest. Jesus Christ.
A series of... I think like a month or two faction. And then I tried to join a couple other factions, and they kept following me around these factions to harass and troll and shit like that. Eventually, I just gave up. And I said, I'm never going to be able to play this game ever again. But I've got a lot of shit invested in this game, okay?
Like, wait. Hold on. A lot of shit invested in this game? A lot of shit as in money? As in what? Money? Time, I guess? Sunk cost fallacy. You love to see it. Also, would you think this guy would sell his account before he stops you? Because now he's doing the motion as if he's about to stop you right there. Before you say something. Phil, but what do you mean you got a lot of shit invested? Yeah. This seems like a guy who's gonna sell the account he got a lot of shit invested in for like $1,000 when he spent a lot more.
Now, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We're going to go back to there. All right. Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app. Okay. That's false. Once I did register for Line app. Okay. It had nothing to do with WWE Champions at all.
But he still said he knew nothing about line app. Literally. What is a line app?
All right. It actually had to do with, and why would I lie? Right now,
Why would I lie? Why would you lie a bunch of other times where you lied about incredibly insignificant things and then you just got proven to be a liar and said that you misspoke? Why lie now? I'm going to tell you why lie now. Because now you get to admit this and pretend as if you're going to move on positively without people tracking your further spending on WWE champions. Because that's what he wants. That's why he said he sold the account, so you can stop tracking it.
I'm literally already telling you this. So why would I lie about this part? Okay? I never used Line App to play WWE champions. The Line App account was because I had a potential sponsorship opportunity lined up. And basically, I found out basically when I started to research.
And also, why lie when there's way more evidence outside of the Line App that confirms the account to be his? Mainly the Discord, which you just can't disprove without just saying it's fake or Photoshop. So Line App is just one piece of evidence on the pile. And even if that's not true, well, that's not true. We got everything else left.
It was a scam. It was like a scam company who was going to fuck me basically somehow. But they wanted to communicate via Line App. Now, I actually don't know if like it was a detractor or something. I have no clue.
Yeah, you would like it to be.
Yeah, it was fucked. It was like really fucked. Yeah, and basically, the Line App thing's bullshit. Okay? The Line App thing's complete bullshit. On top of that, a lot of the shit that was said about WWE champions was outright lies, okay? So, for example, my detractors would go out and be like, Phil spent $2,000, $3,000 in a weekend or whatever.
That's not a lie. A lie, and he knows this very well, is something that you do intentionally. We all know that the TJ Gamebox estimates are estimates. They are not exactly correct to the last dollar. And they're pretty generous. So it could have been less, but it still proves a point that he was spending, and it's at least in the hundreds of dollars. Sometimes it says it's in the thousands, but he could have spent a couple hundred less, and that would make no difference because he was still begging that week, maybe even that same day.
On WWE champions. It's completely wrong. They have no idea what they're talking about. Either they don't know how the game works.
Give me an idea then.
Overinflating numbers.
Give me an idea then. Just give me an idea. How much did he spend in the game? That's something he's not going to tell you. Why not? I thought we were being completely honest about everything.
You know, there were weekends, this is back then, you know, we're talking years ago, where I spent a couple $100s in a weekend on the game. Admit that. They would say I spent $1,200. Where are you getting that information from, right?
What is a couple of $100? Again, when he's talking about detractors, he comes up with a specific figure of $12,000. And when he's talking about himself, attempting to defend himself, he says a couple of hundred. What is a couple of hundred? 600, 700, 800, 200, 101? Nobody knows. And I think that makes a lot of difference. If you're trying to defend yourself, you want to come out with specifics and not just abstract ideas of a good amount of money or a couple of hundred.
They could be grossly exaggerating on purpose because they know there's no real way to verify this. If I say something, I'm publicly exposing myself, right?
How is he? Well, he's publicly exposing himself right now because you're just admitting everything the guy said for years was actually true.
So it's bullshit. Every time they say that, oh, he spent this on the game, he spent that on the game, it's always wrong. In fact, what I can tell you is that in regards to the game, there are always ways to like score points in an event that's not spending. And a lot of the times what it is, it's based on previous spending. So let's say last month you spent some money and you got one of the good characters, the new character, you could use them in the next month, right? To score in that event. But they're saying, oh, the only way that we know how much he spent is because it's based on like coin pulls. So he must have pulled this many coins or this many loot pulls to get this many points in the event.
That's not true, actually. I don't even know why he didn't look up. Because, like, if you want to defend yourself and have an end-all, be-all segment about something like this, you're going to look up what people are actually saying. Because he doesn't know now. Because as far as TJ Gamebox explained it, he counts how much he could have spent at most if he didn't get that specific character, and how much he would have spent at most if he did get that specific characters. So there's always two estimates.
That's not how the game works. But they claim it is. But that's not how the game works at all.
Well, tell me how the game works. Tell me how much you spent. Why not, if we're being honest?
So they grossly have always over-exaggerated the spending that I've done in the game.
This is the segment where he confesses stuff, but it's constantly made about other people. And how they exposed them of this. It's not even like how they did something that's really bad. It's how they exposed him for being a liar.
Okay? Now, here's the part. Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because it's kind of what my detractors have always said, all right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody fucking knows whatsoever.
Because it's not true.
As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore, all right? I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money and shit was going down, I sold the account.
That's no. You can just see the expression on his face, just bullshitting you. And I've seen this expression many, many times, and I've been confirmed to be right when I say that he was lying.
All right.
So no. I don't think anybody should trust him, because this is a guy that not only the documentary proves that he has a 20-year history, 20+ year history of being a liar, but also in this video admitted to lying about many things over the course of many years. So no, I'm not trusting him on this.
Right? You might say, well, how is that possible? Right?
And again, notice how he has absolutely no proof of this. He doesn't have a screenshot of his PayPal where he gets like $1,000 from somewhere, from this website where people sell the accounts. He doesn't have any correspondence with somebody. He doesn't have a picture of his profile on that account. He has nothing. It's his word again. And his word means absolutely nothing. His word means less than if he didn't say anything.
Right? Well, you may not think it's possible, because technically you shouldn't be able to sell an account, but I actually just alluded to this on a stream the other day, and I was wondering if anyone was going to pick up on it. But no one seems to have picked up on it, okay? So the reason I knew you could sell an account was because when I was really, on the original account, before I'd even changed my name, all right, there was another group in the game, and they were called, like, The Haven, all right?
And also, another galaxy-brained idea. Why sell your account you spend a shit ton of money on just to make a new one and continue investing money in? It's just objectively a waste of money. He could have sold a lot of other stuff. He could have just had a begathon and asked people for $1,000 if he needed that much. Because, that account wouldn't sell for fucking $10,000 something. It would sell for a couple of $100. Come on. Like, actually, come on. None of this makes sense.
They were one of the top factions in the game. And one of the leaders of the Haven was retired.
And also a couple of days ago, I think someone mentioned this, or maybe someone posted this on Twitter, where he talked about it's really hard to compete against accounts that have been live for like 7 years if you have a new account. So why would he even do that when he knows he got an account that is already super strong? He invested a lot of time and money in it, and just sell it for pennies? No, he's not that guy. He wouldn't do that, and he didn't do that until proven otherwise. Because this guy has been confirmed to be such a huge narcissist. Even I feel bad for sometimes giving him the benefit of the doubt. And somehow, I even understand people that think he's always lying because his stroke mouth lips are moving.
From the game after like 2-3 years of playing it. And they announced this publicly. We're retiring or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, basically, he retires. He publicly announces he's retiring, yet his account is still active. It's still being used in events. People are fighting against this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So how the hell is his account still working? So people knew that basically you could basically sell your account. Of course, there's no outright way to do it. So basically, what I did, I reached out and I found that there was a market for this. There's third-party resellers. And what you do is you can give them certain criteria and information about the game, login accounts and things that would give them ownership of the account. And you could give that to them for money. And I sold it. All right? That was a few years ago. So
what is a few years ago? Just say which year. You know exactly which year. Because this, again, we're talking in abstracts. This means nothing to me. A few years ago, I had spent a lot of money, a significant amount of money, a huge amount of money. None of this means anything. There's so much weasel words from a guy who wants to be clear and transparent with you. And he wants to admit to everything so you can start over clean with no more lies. And it's just like a blanket of fucking bullshit.
I have not had any control over this account for years. That was the single worst thing I could have done. Because what I should have done, I should have just closed the account. Because if I just closed the account, even though people would have accused me of...
Yeah, that's like a guy saying, you know what I should do? I should just stop doing crack. I've been hopelessly addicted to crack for like 7 years now, and I can't live without it. And I shoot up crack every fucking day, and I smoke crack every time I see it. You know what I should do? I should just stop doing it. Yep. And then the next morning you wake up and you just don't do crack anymore. Because that's how addictions work. It's the easiest thing to do. That's why so many people are doing it.
And years endlessly moving forward, all right, it would have kind of went away, right? But instead, I was like, man, I put so much time and money into this, right? I don't want to, I want to get something out of it. And I sold it like an idiot. And I hate that I did it now, because now I literally have no control over it at all.
Okay, you can just prove that you sold it. Prove you sold it and other people will just stop tracking it. But again, no proof of anything. It's just abstracts.
I can't show you, and like,
sounds super believable to me.
I literally can't. And I haven't been able to for years because it's not my account anymore. I don't have ownership of it. I have nothing to show you to prove that, you know, they'd call me DSP, and then the names that change, you know, that last name was down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. Okay? I mean, you got morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale.
That's so stupid. But bro, this is the same logic he used. This is the same way he reacted when people were saying, well, prove that you're not down from the rafters. And then he's like, oh my God, look at these morons in the chat saying that I should prove I'm not down from the rafters. Well, I can't do that or I'm going to expose myself. And then we react the same way after admitting he was down from the rafters the whole time. This guy is amazing.
You really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything?
Why didn't you have it ready? You knew you were going to admit to this for days, and you definitely have the free time to prepare this. And he, of course, with the advances of technology that we've seen on level 1 recently, he has the ability to share his screen. So he can just take a screenshot of the PayPal transaction where he got money from insert website blackmarketchampionsAccount.com and actually show everybody. But we can't do that. He couldn't show an email of the transaction because every time you spend money online, there's an email with an invoice. There's all this shit. It exists. Even when I buy a fucking ticket for the train or the bus or whatever, I get an invoice for it. As long as it's online. Because when people take money from you, you get a notification.
Open up a bank account and show you anything? You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
No one would believe it anyway.
And no one would believe it anyway. But I think people would believe it if you actually bothered to do it. Or at least the people you've been lying to and asking money from for all these years. At least they would believe it.
Just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that, right? So it's this simple, all right? You can believe my story or you cannot, all right? Here's what I will tell you. I still have the game, all right? But I don't have it on that phone. I have it on my current phone. It's my personal account. That's a brand new account. Not brand new because I've been using it for a while. I've had this phone for a while. But you guys didn't know that because I never told you.
Yeah, but we saw. I'm so confused. This dude is so wrapped up in lies. They're choking him out.
This is not an iPhone. All right? I've had this phone for a while.
What is a while? Why don't you just say how many years? if we're gonna be honest, or we're just still lying, which is the case.
And this is what I do everything on now for the business, and I have some mobile games on here. It's my personal shit, and it's my right.
Multiple mobile games, by the way. This guy that kicked the habit, he used to be addicted, he no longer is. We got multiple mobile games. Yeah, I used to be a fucking drug addict. I just smoke weed every once in a while and do some heroin and some coke. But I used to be like much worse, man. I used to do it like all the time. And now I just do it every day.
To own my own personal shit, and if I want to play games and stuff on it, I fucking can. All right? That's my right. So I've never had, well, I haven't had that account on an iPhone for a while. You know what I'm saying? It sucks because every time people call me out and I'm like, well, maybe I could prove, I can't prove it. I don't own it. I have no ownership over it. I have no way to do anything. And just to let you guys know, all right, I have an iPad from ages and ages and ages ago. All right, it didn't work. Last night, I plugged it in, I charged it to 100%. I spent an hour trying to get back on the iPad. I got the iPad working. I said, holy shit, maybe if I use the old ass information, I'll have a back door into the account. So I can bring it up tonight and show you guys on stream. Here's the account.
Also, something really interesting. We're going to have to take a trip to Twitter. Twitter.com? Or is that still how it works? Yep. Oh, and I'm on this account that got locked. I'm suspended because I said a drunk driver that killed 2 people should have been burned alive. That sucks, man. Twitter has gone woke. Hold on, let me log into this. You know, something that other people pointed out, and I myself can't verify. So take this with a grain of salt, brother. They call me DSP. He's been teasing something this week, right? If you've been on Twitter, you've noticed it. He's been teasing something. These little things, right? He put the down and he put the from as a little tease. Something that's going to get him a little bit more traction on Twitter so he can get like $3 every month. You know what's interesting about this? You only see this font on this purple background when you're logged in. This is what I've been told from confirmed, verified, reliable sources. But I can't vouch for it because I haven't actually tried to do that on my side. I haven't been able to replicate this exact event. But this tells me that when he took the screenshot, he was actually logged in to his own account, and he took the screenshot on his player profile. Which means, of course, either he is lying about not having a backdoor into the account, or he lied about having sold it.
And it's not mine anymore, but
oh yeah, it was Ann Leet, of course, Ann Leet. That's why I'm saying it was a reliable, confirmed account, because I trust the guy. But what was his, I don't think that's how he goes by on Twitter. I need to find him in my following list. And I'm going to find him in a moment. Maybe even right now. I'm still looking. There we go. There we go. Let's find it here somewhere. There it is. So, and yeah, we got a nice little down from the dent. This is a good one. You can name your dumb account anything you want, which is really cool. Remember, you can only have 15 characters in your name, and that the game is on the browsers. Making a new account is a joke. So yeah. And this is what happens when you type in something that is already in use. And where does it say that? Still trying to find it. Okay, I can't find it, but if somebody can send it to me on Discord or something, or tag me on Twitter or something, I can pull it up. Because I couldn't exactly look it up. But the thing with the purple background and this exact styling of the font is something very specific. But anyways, let's continue.
Here it is. Guess what? The iPad is so outdated, it doesn't run WWE Champions. You download the latest compatible version, and when you go to play it, the game just crashes endlessly. And it's not just that, it's every game. Like, I tried to open WWE Supercard, that crashes too. Like, every game fucking crashes. So, I couldn't get anything. You know what I'm saying? I have no way to corroborate what I'm saying. But here's the thing. If everything I just admitted, right? If the account was not mine all along, why would I have just admitted what I just admitted to you? I'd have no incentive. I would just keep the...
But you admitted it because it is yours, and you got exposed for it being yours with irrefutable evidence. What kind of fucking logic is this, Mr. Psychotic Eyes?
The story going that it's not my account, okay? There was no reason for me to admit that. I'm admitting because it's the truth. It was my account.
Why did you admit it just now? After many other people brought up this evidence, because it's June the King and over 1 million people are going to see this and it's super convincing because it's true?
I did spend on it.
He's admitting it because he's cornered, because he literally physically can't keep lying any further.
Bulls harassed me out of the game, and after years of that, you know, I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to sell it, and I got rid of it. And now I regret it, because if I had just closed it, this whole saga would have been over years and years and years and years ago. But I fucked up. With that act of, oh, I want to get something out of this or whatever, you know.
Well, this is just damage control when you think about it. It's just, okay, I am forced to admit this, so I'm going to release unlimited and unprovable amount of information and admit that I lied so people can ease off on me.
So I'm fessing up to all of you now, all right, that this is the truth of the matter. You don't have to believe me, and I know many of you won't.
I don't.
That's
no, I never did. And when I didn't believe him, I was absolutely correct. And I will continue to not believe him and likely continue to be correct unless proven otherwise with facts and evidence.
The story, you know, that really happened. Now, in regards to all the other shit that's said right there about the bankruptcy and everything, I've had enough of that. I'm just going to put it this way.
He's going to admit to actually committing bankruptcy fraud straight up. This is going to get good.
Okay? Because this is what no one wants to actually, like, rationally consider in their fucking heads. All right? So, I file for bankruptcy. I literally do everything I'm told by the bankruptcy attorney. Line by line, word for word. All my expenses, all my business, personal. It's all done. It's all correct. Okay? We submit it. And what happens is, once I submit it and people now know I've now filed for bankruptcy. Okay? My trolls mass messaged the judge that you heard in that call. They mass messaged that judge to tell her that I was committing bankruptcy fraud because I played WWE champions.
Yes, literally you did though. Actually, factually did. And not because he was playing WWE champions. Notice how he twisted it around, because of course he would. That's what Darkside Phil does. Literally. He spent money that did not go into his business on personal fun time and then claimed it went into his business. That's it. That is bankruptcy fraud. Signed, sealed, delivered. Bang.
Okay? Mass messaged her. It wasn't just a one or two. All right? She got ridiculous amounts of people contacting her saying, this guy plays WWE champions. He's committing bankruptcy fraud. All right? So, what you have no clue of, I've talked about this on streams before, but I'll now add it because this is the time to do it right now, right? In the React. After that call happened, the 341 call, all right? Basically, the judge contacted myself and my attorney and said, listen, we got a big problem, all right? Never before have I been getting this many notices and messages from people saying, hey, this guy is basically a cheat and a scammer, and he's doing this and that. Right.
He literally is, though. What were they wrong about? Sure, it's wrong to be messaging people en masse about something, but it's true. It actually is true. In this whole video, DSP confesses everything about WWE champions. It's him admitting that it's true.
need to go over
I know if they were contacting the bankruptcy judge accusing him of being a pedophile, that would have been fucking wrong, but they didn't do that.
everything because we don't know what to believe or what not, and it's our due diligence to go over everything. I had so much difficulty to get that bankruptcy go through.
Because you committed fraud.
All right. For example, what June just mentioned right there, he said in the bankruptcy documents, there was a thing for pets. And it said that I didn't own any pets, but I did. Everyone knew I owned Jasper. My troll.
No, Pandaley wasn't 17. And even June said it in the documentary that there was no evidence pointing towards Pandaley was 17. That's not a thing. I know it's a meme and it's a funny meme, but it's not true.
Wrote the judge and said he owns a cat. Here's all the video evidence of it. So the judge went back to my bankruptcy attorney and said, why don't you have Jasper listed in these documents? Now, I want you to think about this, all right?
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah. There was a checkbox asking whether or not he has a cat. And this guy that got like $1,000 to reveal a cat said that he didn't have a cat.
Letter of the law versus spirit of the law. The letter of the
Oh my god, and now we get into some fucking bullshit mental gymnastics.
law is every single thing
He turns into a fucking lawyer.
be done exactly right at every moment. But spirit of the law is, in a bankruptcy, really what's going to happen? Is someone going to go after someone's personal cat as an asset in a bankruptcy? No, not unless it's like an insanely rare cat that's worth $5 million. Jasper Kitty
Well, it's only worth $1,000.
is a normal domestic tabby cat. The court's not going to go after my cat in a bankruptcy proceeding.
Then why didn't you just say you had a cat? Why lie? Why? Maybe he just likes lying. Maybe he just gets off on lying. It gives him a dopamine rush.
So it was an oversight that my tax attorney made that she didn't list it originally in the documents. There was an addendum.
But bro, you did the fucking initial filing. You did that. And he admits in the past that he did that.
To what you saw there, where we had to go back and redo the documents and resubmit them to the judge to actually break out that I owned the domestic cat. We weren't able to go through the bank.
Okay. So the trolls were right again? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? Well, the trolls pointed out that he does in fact have a cat, and then he needed to correct the documents to show that he has a cat. Okay, good for the trolls.
Until we did that, okay? There were several times we had to do that, where because the detractors looked at that document, because it was public, they kept messaging the judge, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error. So we had to redo a whole bunch of shit.
Okay, because it was wrong. Why did you pay that bitch Rochelle thousands of dollars when she kept making mistakes? Or maybe she didn't make mistakes. You just lied to her and tried to see if it was gonna fly, and the internet had to correct it. And then the judge saw it and was like, okay, well, this is wrong. You better correct it, buddy.
Okay? Now, we had a meeting that was so fucking long and arduous and tedious. All right? We had to go through every line item. Because did you hear what the judge said in that call? She said, I want all the statements, 6 months of statements of all of your PayPals and all of your bank accounts, right? I want to see it all. And we had to go through all of it. All of it. All right? Line by line. We went through every expense. I explained them all away.
But okay, hold on. Before he goes any further, and I know he's lying right now, because he knows he's lying. Because he just admitted to investing a bunch of money in this game. But then, how do you justify this investment to the court of the bankruptcy? And this is so confusing. Because everybody knows he's lying, but somehow he's going on about this as if he's not, which he is.
I had to explain the nature of my job. I had to explain the nature of my business. I had to explain the nature of what WWE Champions was. I had to explain
But buddy, WWE Champions has nothing to do with your business. That's the whole idea. And then, quote unquote, explaining the nature means you're just lying. You just lied to her where all that money went. and claim that it went to your business on some game that you played on stream. Because you know that boomer judge that's like 60 years old is not going to look up DSP gaming to see if you actually played the game or not.
Everything. This is not anything that people usually do in a bankruptcy.
He's just salty that people challenged him to an extent where he actually had to lie more. He's mad people made him lie more. And then he did, and he got away with it.
This was like the nightmare bankruptcy for me. Because it was so bad because the trolls interjected themselves so bad into it. All right? At the end of the day, right?
He has no idea how this makes him look. This is actually insane.
When it was all said and done, and it took hours of going through this shit, right? The bankruptcy was granted. The judge says, everything you said looks good, makes sense. It's all correct. Bankruptcy granted.
Yeah, he just needed to amend the documents like 10 times. And then it looked good. After they called him out for having it wrong a bunch of times. Because he actually lied. Actively lied.
Okay? So, if it was good enough for my bankruptcy attorney, if it was good enough for the judge in the case of my bankruptcy, if all the data was right according to them, because we went through all of it, then what is wrong with the data?
Because you just admitted you lied, bro. That's what's wrong. You just admitted it was all fraud. And you defrauded the court. You just admitted it.
And it's funny because you could ask me, well, specifically, Phil, what is this line item and what was this expense? I don't know. All right? Literally all year I track my expenses of all kinds. Some of them are personal, some of them are business. I don't know. I track them all in like a big spreadsheet. And that goes to a tax attorney. And every year there's questions that shoot back at me and I answer them all truthfully. And we do them. Okay? They're all done. So it's, you know what I'm saying? They're fine. There's no issue with my taxes. They're done properly. It was scrutinized by both a tax attorney, by both a bankruptcy attorney and a bankruptcy judge. We went line by line through all of it, and they were okay with it. So there's no issue. You understand? There never was an issue. This is something that's completely blown out of proportion by people who just don't know what the hell they're talking about.
But you just said they were right because they corrected them multiple times to the point where the court had to step in and be like, hey, Phil, this is not correct. You should correct this. And then he did because he initially lied. What do you mean? If anything, this is making his trolls look like a bunch of chads that actually care about the truth and accountability. Isn't it crazy?
All right? I'm sorry. And that's, no, I'm not going to open up fucking financial documentation. I'm not going to open up my bank account. I'm not going to open up apps and fucking ledgers. You're not getting that.
Why not? It's so easy.
I'm going to tell you why. There's two reasons why.
Because they're going to hurt his family and fuck his fat wife and steal his cat.
Because number one, if I were to open up all of that documentation, okay?
And again, if I were to open up all of that documentation, I don't need the username and password for your bank account, buddy. I just need some proof that you actually sold the account. The thing you're claiming to have done, right? In being completely honest and transparent. Just like many of the times you said the same thing and then completely lied through your teeth. That's all I need. I don't need your PIN code for your banking app.
Show you, line by line, all of that shit. My detractors, who we have seen throughout the course of this documentary, are insanely obsessed with me. Would use it to destroy me.
I think, you know what? It comes across as they're not really obsessed with him. More like they're obsessed with the truth. And he's obsessed with lying at every turn, which is something that the documentary has shown time and time again.
They would find shit in there ultimately that they could hone in on a company and stuff like that. For example, we didn't get to it yet. We're going to get to bank leaks and all of that shit. Okay, we're going to get to that shit. Where it's already shown that if they're given even a little piece of information, they could do shit with it. Okay? So, FYI, no, it's too much of a personal risk. You understand? It is. It's too much of a personal risk for me to open up information like that.
And again, we're back to square one.
Now, there's the second reason why I'm not going to fucking show anything. Because it's none of anyone's fucking business. None. There's only certain parties who need to be involved who need to know this kind of stuff.
But what are we talking about now, even? Actually, what are we actually talking about now? He just admitted the thing that was nobody's business he lied about for years, and now we're just talking about something else. What is this, like, finances we're even talking about? And if we cared about finances, we already got the bank leaks, which basically confirms it's him. So what is he even talking about now? They're just a weird deflection.
Right? Bankruptcy attorney, bankruptcy judge, tax attorney.
You lied to all of them.
IRS, who I file with every year.
And he lied to them too, multiple times.
That's who needs the information.
And it's faulty information.
That's also who gets the information.
And it was a lie until it got corrected multiple times.
And all the information is legal, true, and correct every single fucking time that I've done it.
Every single time that I've done it. He just admitted like 10 minutes ago he bullshitted a bunch, and then they had to fix a bunch of stuff.
So it's none of anyone's business what it is.
He's just literally just saying things now.
It is broken down. Even I don't know.
Even I don't know. And this is a lie because you see his face.
Because I don't do it. I pay professionals to do my stuff.
But the professional was wrong, buddy. Remember when you admitted that she was wrong? Rochelle was wrong and she fucked it up? And you needed to do it again? And you probably had to pay her more? Oh, this is so good.
That's the point. You pay professionals to do it right. To put the right stamp of approval on it. To make sure it's being done right. And I pay a lot of money to do it. I pay over $2,000 a year to get that shit done. Because I don't want to fuck it up. At all. You know what I'm saying? I literally don't want to fuck it all up. Right?
You already did.
It's that simple. It's none of anyone's fucking business. At all. People say, oh, well, you're a public figure. That's correct. It's still none of your business. What your business is your interaction with me on a stream every day. Whether it be we're talking, we're hanging out, I'm playing a video game, and you're watching my stream. Whether or not you're having a good time. If you like that, you support it or not. And that's it. That's where that relationship ends. You don't get to know every possible thing about every piece of my life.
And that's, I mean, I would like to know just because I'm curious. And of course, we're not supposed to know that. But this guy just admitted about lying about all of that. Like making fucking begathons and shit and lying about where the money is going. Telling people that he has to eat a lunch meat sandwich and then getting a bunch of money and spending it on champions. He just said he lied about all that.
What I'm saying? That's wild that people would think, well, now, because you had a bankruptcy, now you literally have to open up every document ever from your entire life. Every expense must be fucking accounted for. No, every expense does not have to be accounted for. All right? The people who need that information get it. And it's all correct. Every single fucking time.
Except the ones where he lied.
Without fail.
With fail. With quite a bunch of fail.
All right? So, I'm putting it to bed right now. All right?
No, you're not.
It's that simple. I have been completely untruthful with the internet about this up to now.
Nice wife. Oh, this single piece of hair.
This is the one thing that
this is so unflattering. What?
Because they know I can't show you.
Yeah, you can.
Evidence without putting myself at personal risk.
But why did he offer showing CRAG evidence if he was going to put himself in risk? And we're going to get to that shortly because that's also something.
I will not show you evidence because it will put myself at personal risk. You can believe what I just said.
You're a liar. You're a liar. I don't believe it.
What I just said was untrue. Why would I have admitted to it? Right? What do I have to gain? Nothing. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. Right?
Why did he admit to it? Because he had to watch this part of the documentary. And he knows if he didn't, that would make him look even guiltier. So he just addressed it because he was cornered. He had no other choice. The evidence is overwhelming.
But this is the truth of the matter. Do you understand?
No. I think you're a liar.
See what I'm saying?
And you lied about a bunch of stuff right now. Or you misspoke.
So that's that. I mean, that's really it.
Oh, and a Discord ping.
To say. Now I'm done. Like, I'm literally done with it. I'm not going to talk about this again. I'm not going to waste time on it in the future because I told you the full story. Now, do I still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
On my actual personal account, on my current phone, I play WWE Champions. You will never see that account because it is mine. And if I showed it, the detractors would nonstop try to get information about me and my new account on. And I'm not going to fuck around like that at all.
No, there is no way. This dude being hopelessly addicted. And you guys know, or you might know, if you don't, go check out the stream ALT did with me on WPIG, looking over the WWE Supercard forum posts. You know how much pride this man takes in having a really strong account in one of these games. It's almost scary how much he cares about this and how much that feeds his ego. There is no way he would sell the account that was super strong and existed from day one of the game. He would sell it for chump change. He would sell it for less than 10% of what he spent on it. And he would start playing the game again on a brand new account. This is not happening. There is no likelihood of that being true. That's some bullshit. And I will never believe in that unless proven wrong with actual facts, which is never going to happen. So there you go.
You're never going to see that account ever. All right? You will see me once in a while, possibly playing WWE Champions on stream with the new account that I made just to play through my new PC and hang out with everyone on streams to do that. Okay? And that's it. All right? So that's the story. You don't have to believe it. Many people won't. The detractors.
And also, the weird thing about I changed my phone, so obviously the account is different. You can just log into the account. I don't understand why that would prevent you from doing it, getting a new account. What kind of boomer shit is this? Everything about your account is stored on a server somewhere, and you can just log into it from any place, from any platform. And that's just not how it works.
Who are here tonight will never, ever understand or believe the story. Do you see?
No, because it's not convincing at all. Just like it was never convincing, and that's why people didn't believe it in the first place. So I guess that's it with this one. Let's read some super chats and move on to the CRAG interview part 2. Electric Boogaloo, featuring Mr. Darkside Phil, a huge liar. Big ups Roachbait for the subscription. Big ups Harry Boodhole for the $5. Phil defended a pedophile for years, despite detractors, yet wants you to believe he sold the WWE Champions account he spent thousands on because the detractors won. That's also another good point. It's such a big point of pride for him that he was getting called out for using that account for years and still didn't stop playing on it. Because anyone else, you see you're getting chased out of fucking discords and factions and stuff, and you would be like, oh man, whatever, fuck it, I'm leaving this, they're still gonna track me, and you're just gonna delete it or get rid of it, whatever. No, not DSP, because then the trolls won. Because then they successfully discovered that that was his account, and they debunked him, and they won. And he can't have that fly, of course. Big ups Nervous Noodles. I've been lying this whole time, but I'm not lying now. Of course not. Why would I lie? Even though I said this before and then I lied. Makes sense if you really never think about it and you don't care about it and you're a mouth drooler. Big ups Jay. You don't pull the Hogans. They pull you, brother. They pull you right in to the center of the vortex and you just become one with the Hogan. One with the Hogan. Big ups Paul J. Brazel, who tags a bunch of people. Iviga, Koraz, Hate Army, and Movie Sign in Ice Yamamoto. This is why the combination of Stuttering Craig in June was so important. And also, you can't ignore the effect that Kino Casino had on him to embolden him to this degree. Because this would never happen if they didn't give him the confidence. They didn't give him the kiss of death. So this narcissist would become the ultimate narcissist. And become this creature that we are looking at right now. Because this guy, he's not thinking about anything for a second. Big ups Gordon Flowers pointing at Derek. Good morning, Meerkat and chat. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Even though it's the afternoon here. And now it's actually the evening. But you know what I'm talking about. Next up, we got Slime Privilege for the 5. Big ups. At the start, it was Candy Crush, but later it became Candy Crush Deluxe. Oh yeah, that's season 2. They improved the Hogan. Now it got like 16 times the pixels. 16 times the sweat. You got incredible amounts of sweatiness on that Hogan. You gotta love it, man. That's worth spending all your money on, even if you're broke as fuck. Big ups Sir Joseph Pesci on 4 months. Big ups Johnny 5. I hated the vest. It made him look like a baked potato. Yeah, we saw that. The baked potato vest. That vest was fucking terrible. Hopefully, we're not going to see that anytime soon. Shout out to Brotherhood of Steel, man. Catching up on the June the King live stream you guys did. So far, the funniest part is the John Rambo part. It was something. And make sure to catch today's TBS, because we're going to be talking about this, basically. The Champions gimmick and the Stuttering Craig gimmick. And it's going to be very fun. Shout out to Hate Army. He got exposed because his account changed name, but the score was the same. When OIC changed his name on Twitch, we saw his name as the top tier gifter. Well, sometimes you can't just run away from people that are on your ass, even if you change your name on the internet. That's kind of hard. Shout out Snow Carl, aka Snood, for the $1. Basically coin is going to the moon, brother. Yeah, basically coin is something else. I'm investing all my Hogans in basically coin, and then I'm selling my account and pretending I started a new account where I don't invest in basically. I just invest in divorce coin. Shout out Slime Privilege. Still won't explain why he was desperate for money. Where did all the debt come from? DSP, where did all the debt come from? Well, you can pretty much see very well where it came from in the documentary. It came from a lot of very positive, meaningful spending that he did. And also moving across the country. That was still his biggest mistake, is moving across the country. Because he basically had, I don't know, like, let's say he had $100,000 and he spent $100,001. And all his savings were eradicated. And there's like a bunch of cool clips in the documentary of him saying, I'm a finance major. I'm not going to get fucked up with this. I'm going to put my money and invest it. And then he didn't, because that's how life works. Shout out SDG. Closet Arc Phil said he couldn't sell anything. That is true. He couldn't sell anything on eBay because people would find him and they would troll. They would propose to buy something and then not buy it. And that's bad. Shout out Monster Trash for the subscription. Shout out Ookbook the Black, 17 months. Big ups to Where Are Tau Guns? He's restarting the hate. The new meme of an excuse. Well, the king of hate is back, or at least the king, whatever he's the king of, and wherever he actually went in the first place. But he is back. He exists now, and this is the aftermath of him being back. Is him making a complete ass of himself. Shout out ES. Cat, we need a new iPad and a phone for business. Of course, it's business related, and I still own it. Unless I sell it and I buy something else. Shout out to Bada for the subscription, and CWGC76 for the sub. Big ups to Smitty for the super chat. How he didn't get hit with tax fraud is lottery luck. I know, man. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. You just outright just lie to everybody and just convince them to win. I guess that's why they call him a pig roach. The pig is because he snorts, and the roach is because he can survive anything. But this whole survivability gimmick is what made him truly this arrogant. Shout out Redbird. He's not a king, not even a man. Just go OIC style. I think he's gonna stick to being a pig roach for now. I think he's pretty chill with being just a pig roach, just a regular pig roach. Even though he's the only one ever, so it must be pretty cool being the only one ever of whatever you are. Shout out Cobeside Phil. You can believe me now. I'm telling the truth. Just ignore that I've been lying to you for the last 10 years. And not just lying. Lying while you say that you're the only one telling the truth, and everyone else is a liar, and they're lying about you for money, and they're lying about you for views, and they're lying about you to destroy your family, which I think constitutes as slander, or I don't know what the other one was. It's either slander or defamation. I don't know, you guys, but it's one of those, I'm sure. And he slandered Craig for a good year and a half. Straight up slandered him. This guy wanted to get a confession for something that I didn't do. And then a day before talking to him, he's like, I did do it. Yeah, that's something. That is something. Shout out Lunar Guardian for 32 months, dude. Big ups Elk for 9 months. Tony T, 27 months. You guys deserve a random sound clip that I will pick right now. It's this one.
I want to have sex with your wife.
There we go. I need to update the soundboard, man. I just don't know what to pick. I don't know. And shout out to Taylor Jennings, the last contribution, who says, if he got a new account, why was he so confused how the leveling system worked? Oh, no, he absolutely knew that. Absolutely knew that. He pretended to be confused, but then he couldn't keep up the gimmick for so long, so he just admitted he knew everything. He knows the game in pretty intricate detail. So anyways, let's get into the official level 1 interview with side-scroller CRAG. And you have the chat on stream in case you want to see what people were talking about. Shout out to Raw Phil for the clip.
Whoa. Oh, we cannot. Can anyone hear Craig?
Yeah, I'm going to skip these first couple of minutes because it's just Craig has his noise suppression on Discord and it doesn't work well.
I wanted to go to conventions and stuff, and I had contacted you when you said you were reviving the Screw Attack Gaming Convention. You were bringing it out of retirement, and I said, I would love to be there as a guest, and you had me as a guest. And let me tell you, Craig, you were the most gracious dude. Like, I knew that you didn't really remember me from MagFest at the time. You were like the most nice guy to me. You were there, and, you know...
Okay, before we get into the dick licking, which I don't even know if this is going to be allowed on YouTube. This is some X-rated content he's about to do. Oh, he's going to pretend to play video games today. That's very nice. It's very sweet. Look at all this drama. And apparently a fan donated a controller to him. What a coincidence. I'm sure he was totally honest about that. But as he's confirmed in the past, when he says, I'm going to be honest, it's not about him being honest. It's about wanting you to pay attention to him. So he didn't actually get honest. But here, there was a very nice little clip that is 3 minutes long that we're going to watch before we get into the actual interview. Because here, we got a completely different version of Darkside Phil that I think you guys should see before we get to see the alternative Darkside Phil.
Great stream. Last night, I was on the Kino Casino show, and it went horrible. Those guys were terrible. They treated me awfully. They asked me all these kind of bait trap questions. They were constantly disrespecting me. Oh, wait, that was...
And all that had to happen for this guy to turn into what he is right now, he's such a destroyed, crushed person that all had to happen was for somebody on the internet not to shit on him. Not necessarily to even be nice to him, just not to shit on him. And this is what we got.
Another show I was on last year, Side Scrollers. This actually was a good show because it was entertaining, because instead of just asking me a bunch of intrusive, fucked up questions for no good reason, they actually had real conversations with me. They asked me about my takes on stuff. They asked me about other, things in the industry, gaming, right? They asked me about my history as a YouTuber. Of course, they asked me about my detractors and stuff. They asked me about everything. And the thing was, it was a great appearance because not only was it that, but we also went and we watched clips. And I don't know about these people that these guys watch. I know nothing about them, right? But then getting to see the stuff that they watch all the time and everything, it was really neat because I was like, wow, I feel like I'm actually like a part of the show, which is all I ever wanted. When I was going to be on the Side Scrollers last year, that's what it was supposed to be. And then they turned it into this fucking 3-ring circus detractor sideshow interview so that they could get a ton of money out of my detractors because they were greedy fucks. That's if they had just been fair.
They were greedy fucks.
It would have been fine, but instead they turned it into a way for them to make tons of money over the
Make sure to remember everything he's saying here, because the contrast is going to be incredible.
These months because they wanted to be toxic, and that pisses me off because that was supposed to be an opportunity for me to have an interview where I could clear the air and people were supposed to be objective rather than subjective. And instead, because they put their opinion in saying, oh, we don't believe anything Phil said in our interview, so fuck him and let's make a lot of money. Immediately, everyone just says, well, Phil's a scumbag, right?
Again, throwback to what we just saw. He lied about all of that. Everything he talked about in the interview, well, almost everything, he lied about. Actually just lie about. And then make it seem like they were trying to get a false confession out of him. Which he admitted he lied about.
If the interviewer themselves comes out and says, oh, I don't believe the person we just interviewed.
Because he lied. So therefore, Craig was absolutely right to have this opinion, and this is the objectively correct opinion to have.
That's, of course, going to have a negative impact on the person. How the fuck they didn't understand that? That would be like if Barbara Walters, in all of her epic old interviews, she used to get all these exclusive, huge interviews for TV. Imagine Barbara Walters interviews someone who's a hot topic, a world leader, or a celebrity. And then she has this great, supposedly objective interview with hard-hitting questions. At the end of the interview, you're supposed to judge for yourself what you believe or don't believe. But imagine if, not even 24 hours after the interview, she...
Notice how he doesn't say how the interviewee was during the interview. We just talk about the interviewer, but not the person being interviewed. Because he knows in this case, he's the person being interviewed, and he doesn't want to talk about his performance because he knows he lied. Later on, goes to admit he lied, because this video came out 4 weeks ago.
Came on a show the next day and said, man, that guy I interviewed yesterday was a real piece of shit. He answered everything with a huge lie. I don't believe a word he says. So now the entire interview is skewed one way, and no one's able to objectively decide for themselves what they think because you were the interviewer and you now have a formulated opinion. You can't do that. That's called hack journalism. That's called an actual targeted attack, a bait and switch. That's exactly what happened with me with side scrollers last year, and they used that to propel themselves to some kind of popularity.
Also, this point. Remember this point very, very well. That they used Phil to become popular.
All right. So now that I've actually had a fair chance to appear on a show, I'd like to tell Craig and the side scrollers, go fuck yourselves, you disingenuous pieces of human fucking shit.
Also, remember this. And you should remember this more than anything else. Just completely empty out your mind of everything else you're thinking about right now. And remember this.
Fuck yourselves, you disingenuous pieces of human fucking shit. I hope you fucking flush yourselves down a toilet and never climb the fuck out of the sewer that you live in with your drama politics show that no one gives two fucks about. All right? Why don't you go fucking suck on Melody Mac or whatever the fuck the new hot topic is today with your bullshit drama? No one gives a fuck about you and you'll never be relevant. Now fucking choke on it.
This video is almost 4 minutes long, and pretty much everything he said in it gets contradicted here. Let's begin.
I had a table, a vendor booth, and there was a little misunderstanding about a vendor booth with someone else, and
and I'm gonna speed up certain parts because it's irrelevant.
All that out, and basically you were so cool, and so from my history of knowing you, Craig, you were just a really nice guy. You were a good guy in the gamer space, making this content. We hung out at MagFest. You were so personable. You're such a nice guy. Meet you at Screw Tech Gaming Convention. So all the history I know of you is that you're just a really solid dude, right?
So what changed? What changed, Phil? When did I become so irrelevant?
Oh, irrelevant. Not irrelevant. That's absolutely not. But basically, I want to preface this of how this whole thing came about, why I would even want to be on your show and stuff like that. So I heard, what was it? It was either late 2022 or early 2023. I heard through the grapevine, hey, Phil, did you hear that Side Scrollers is coming back? And I was like, no, I didn't know that. Let me check it out. So I actually did my research, and I saw that you had announced that you were going to bring back Side Scrollers. It was going to be a fun podcast about gaming and, all this stuff. And I got interested because I'm like, wow, that's cool. I used to listen to the show when it was audio only way, way back when, and it would be cool to see a revival. Now, I didn't know if you were going to have anyone back from the old show or anything, but I was like, I'm just curious. So I actually started listening to and watching your show when you revived it. And I just was thinking in the back of my head, now I know at this point, everyone hates me, right? Like, I'm the guy you love to hate on the internet. I'm the guy everyone dumps on.
I wonder why.
But I'm like, man, it would be fascinating if out of nowhere, out of the blue, if Stuttering Craig contacted me and asked me to be on his show. Because that would be wild, because I don't go on shows, right? I don't do interviews. I don't do anything. It would be such a cool thing for a guy from my past who, I have a good relationship with. I mean, it's been 10 years since I talked to the guy, but it would be pretty cool if that happened. And then lo and behold, you actually did. And I never thought in my wildest dreams you would have. So what I'd like to preface is that now we're getting to, you know, talking about what happened last year. What actually happened that you reached out to me like that out of the blue after 10 years of no contact?
Yeah, I think that, you know, when Side Scrollers was starting, you know, the show's evolved a little, right? Because it's now a decade later. Right?
And again, his audio is fucked up. I'm just gonna scroll through. Basically, the summary is they wanted to kick off the podcast. They were looking for guests, and somebody was like, "Hey, DSP exists."
So, you were brought up, and I had not heard or talked to you in a decade. As you said, I certainly didn't know any of the lore.
And of course, as always, DSP's audio on his stream is way too low, so I'm gonna boost this artificially. If it's too bad, just let me know in the chat.
And kind of really anything. I didn't know if you'd seen success on YouTube. I didn't know if you'd seen. I certainly didn't know about the detractor stuff. So that was, you know, when we announced it, when I reached out to you, and you're like, sure, you know, I was like, okay, cool. And the intention was for you to come on and just be a regular guest on the show.
Right.
And let's keep in mind, I think we're like 2 weeks into the show. I think we launched February 5th. And I think I announced you like the 1st of March, maybe like February 12th or whatever. And when I announced you, and I announced several people at, you know, on that show, it was like, I remember almost immediately getting emails. We're like, dude, you sure about that? Like, are you sure? Do you know what's going on? I was like, no, you know, I didn't know, your entire background. So then the flood of communication comes in, and some people are like, you should not have Phil on your show. You should not. And I was like, my thing is communication. I like having conversations. Once again, which is why I reached out to you in the past about like, hey, well, let's just hash this out. And so naturally, you know, people, they reach out, they're like, do you know this about Phil? Do you know this about Phil? No. And it became very obvious that there was a lot of lore to you and a lot of questions about you that people didn't either were assuming or didn't know the which is why I reached out. And I remember saying like, okay, listen, the intention was to have you on the show, but it's very obvious. Like, we just have this show, do a normal show, and not address the elephant in the room, which is, you know, the fact that you haven't been on the show in a decade, that you have all these questions about mobile games and blah, 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 and all this stuff. Like, then number one, it's a missed opportunity for you.
Look at all the nodding from DSP is incredible.
Who just like,
At some point, it was almost uncontrollable nodding as he's getting tics or something.
Doors, all these questions, right? Because you know, it's interesting. So that's how it, and I was like, well, then we need to do an interview. And that's how the interview came about, right? And so we did the interview. You gave us 5 hours, which was very nice. I think you probably would have gone longer had you know, everyone not kind of been tired. I mean, talking for 5 hours and doing that for 5 hours was a lot.
Right.
And you know, you told us we were very professional. You really enjoyed the interview.
Yes.
I remember you saying in particular you wanted to do it again. Like,
Right.
okay, cool.
Okay, hold on, because people are making some very positive suggestions. They're saying if there's anything in your setting.
Yeah, so here we fix the audio. That's basically it. I'm gonna skip through it.
Watching the show, and the show has been pretty entertaining. These guests get to kind of showcase their expertise from where they come from. They talk about the topics you're talking about, so it makes them look personable. It makes them look good. And then they get to kind of talk about their brand or whatever they're working on. And for me, I actually was just launching a new channel called DSP React. And the idea was that I was going to try to use this appearance as a way to kind of launch this channel. I had all these ideas for things for the channel and everything. And this is a way to get it out to a new audience. Maybe you're not interested in seeing me play games, but maybe.
So notice how DSP accuses them of using him to start and jumpstart and get publicity to their new podcast. But he admits here that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to get a new audience on his channel from another show.
Want to see some kind of React style content, right? So originally I was just supposed to be the guest, and then you said, well, there's an elephant in the room. All these people want me to interview you. And I was like, well, I knew this was coming because you might not realize this, but the year before, a lot of other prominent YouTubers had been talking about me in a very negative light. Okay, one of them was actually Moist Critical. And he had called me out for my grifting, that I was e-begging too much, and how could I do this to my viewers and stuff like that. And when he had done that, I was like, you know, I agree with him, because now when I look back at how I was talking on a particular stream, like, I agree with this guy. Like, I'm being a miserable wretch. I'm being an ungrateful jerk. I said, but the thing is, if that's the case, right, why don't you ever interview me? Like, if everyone has a problem with me and the way I conduct myself or whatever, I would just like to be interviewed and treated like a person rather than yelled at across the internet from their people's high perches. It's kind of like punching down, right? I'm just a little rinky-dink guy, and I got these giant YouTubers talking about me in a negative way. And I had announced the year before I want to do an interview. Well, of course, who contacts me? Who wants to do an interview? All my detractors, all these assholes. And I'm like, you know what? After thinking about it, I don't want to do an interview because they're just going to waste my time. It's just going to be really unfair treatment. So then when you reached out to me and now all of a sudden you're saying, oh, this is going to be an interview, I'm thinking, dude, I know Craig. Craig is a straight guy, you know? He's a straight shooter. He's not going to do anything to screw me during this interview. He's going to hit me with hard questions, and I want him to hit me with hard questions. I think I even had told you that previously when we were talking. So you can ask me whatever the heck you want. You might not like the answers.
You said you wanted it to be the definitive DSP interview, right? And just to be clear, did I do anything during that interview that was dishonorable, or did I hit you at anything that because like I said, you finished that interview and you thought it was very fair. So
yeah. Did I would say there were a few times that things were suspect, but at the same time, it was never outright like, oh, disrespectful gotcha moment or something.
Okay. Allow me to introduce you to this clip that you saw a couple of minutes ago.
Those guys are terrible. They treated me awfully. They asked me all these kind of bait trap questions. They were constantly disrespecting me. Oh wait, that was another show I was on last year, Side Scrollers.
Okay, thank you.
Like that. The one thing everyone's going to say is when Keemstar showed up, right? Now, I don't know how that came about. You know what? Let's clear the air about that right now.
Sure.
How on earth did Keemstar end up in my interview? Because obviously that was a shock. And if you remember how it happened, it was really questionable circumstances. Someone DDoS'd me off the internet. So I couldn't even continue the interview. And as I got DDoS attacked, Keemstar showed up on the show, and everyone's like, what the heck is this? Like, I'm sure this is a coincidence, right? So what actually happened?
Yeah, well, and once again, it's been 18 months, so I'm actually going to go through and I'm going to look through my DMs right now to make sure I'm saying this correctly. But from what I recall, he had, like most people at the time, had reached out via DM, and let me see. I don't like to divulge private conversations, but let me go back as best I possibly can to see. Let's see, we did that on what?
FYI, because I don't know if you know this, Craig. I had Keem on the show last week, and we hashed everything out. We're good.
Cool, excellent.
So, there's no issue. There's no bad blood.
That was legitimately a huge waste of time. The only good part about that was how fake as fuck DSP was, because I saw this guy call Keemstar every name in the book. And when he had him on, it was like the nicest guy ever. It was the fakest guy.
Between me and him. So it's not like, oh.
And of course, Keem's entire idea was to get DSP on the LolCow podcast, and he failed. So that was a waste of his time too.
Oh, you're going to divulge something that, he's going to be pissed about? Nah, we even talked about the appearance and everything, why he was on the show. So it's all good. I want to hear from your perspective how it came about.
So I think somebody had mentioned the idea of having him on, and I was like, well, if you're watching, then DM me. So he DM'd me, and the idea was like, look, you said beforehand you didn't want to talk with him, right? And I was like, fine, that's fine. Now, you said your internet went out, right? So that was like, okay, well, let's take this opportunity to, we got Phil here. Let's take this opportunity to bring Keem in, right? Because he had DM'd me, and he was like, let's talk. And if you recall, during that interview, like I was attempting to honor your word there. You said you didn't want to talk to Keem. So I went out of my way to be like, listen, we'll only have Keem on if you're okay with it. And the intention, and I think I've said this at the time, was to build a bridge, right? Was to build a bridge. And to think about this, you probably wouldn't have had Keem on last week had we not done that on Side Scrollers, had it not opened up the communication between the two, right?
Maybe, I disagree. I would have had Keem on regardless. I don't think that him being on the interview had anything to do with him being on this show last week.
That's fair. Totally fair. But like I said, I'm just going off assumptions. I don't know.
That's fine. I want to hear your perspective. So this is good. This is good.
So the idea was to build a bridge, right? And whether it worked or not, that's fine. So we had John, and when your internet came back, it was like, okay, I believe, and like I said, been 18 months. I believe we pulled Keem back, brought you back on, and said, hey, we have Keem here. Are you okay with this? Before Keem came back on, right?
And the way they literally did that though multiple times. And also I think it's fair if he's lying about somebody on a public live stream and that somebody wants to get on to defend himself, that's absolutely okay.
I like to think of it as probably like it's halftime of a basketball game, right? So you go down to the sideline reporter to talk to the coach, right? Or something along those lines. And you get there, and like Keem being the color commentator at the time to provide, hey, how do you think this is going type of thing, If that's the best analogy that I can give, like off the cuff. But Yeah, it wasn't meant to be malicious by any means, and nothing that we've ever done has meant to be malicious towards you. And I've stated that continuously in my communication with you. It's never been meant to be to tear you down or make, as your words, make money off.
Oh my god, this is the worst DSP expression. Hold on, I'm gonna enhance this for you. This is the worst one. I hate this one. This is the one where he thinks he got the gotcha on you. Because the whole purpose of Craig being on the Level 1 podcast, quote unquote, is for DSP to finally own him, to get a felt on him. And now he believes he did it. So we're getting smug Phil face. It's so fucking trash. I hate it so much.
That's never been an intention at all. So, yeah.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying. I get it. But you have to understand that from an outsider's perspective, okay? Even what you just said, a lot of people didn't know. A lot of people didn't know.
How does DSP understand an outsider's perspective when he never goes outside?
That I told you beforehand that I didn't want to talk to Keem on this interview. So you've been told ahead of time, I don't want interaction with this man. Literally one of my trolls who works at Comcast DDoS's me. I'm serious. This is proven it happened. There's actually evidence now, and the person's been fired.
However, there's no evidence that the guy did it in that specific instance. Okay? So that could have been just the internet dropping out. Because it does that for me, too. But I don't think I'm getting a fucking Comcast employee hacking into my router.
So the troll who works at my ISP DDoS's me to kick me off my own interview. And you bring specifically the guy I told you I don't want any involvement in this interview onto the interview stream. So I think you can understand how that looks, right?
So while you're gone, I'm actually looking at our DMs with right now. He said, let me pop on so when he comes back, he can respond, right? Because I believe, and once again, 18 months, I believe we were talking about Keemstar beforehand, right? So he was broached, the conversation about him was brought up, right? So I'm of the mindset that if I would rather talk with somebody than about somebody, right? And I've said that many, many times on our show, and I say that right now, which is why, once again, I'd much rather talk with you than about you. So I think that was the situation. He said, let me pop in so when he comes back, he can respond, right? And the idea that you said something about Keem then responded, you come back, and you can then respond to what Keem said while still keeping you separate, right? But the opportunity was there. It was like, hey, well, look, once again, Keem, you can talk about DSP. DSP, you can talk about Keem. Why don't you just talk to each other right now and hash all this shit out, and everyone's better for it, right? So, you know, if you saw it as like I said, my goal ultimately wasn't to create any distrust or anything. It was more meant to be a positive experience.
Look at him reading chat. He's reading chat so he can see how he can own Craig. Because this is all that it's about. It's not about a nice and kind and cordial discussion. It's about winning. And he really wants to win against Craig. And he couldn't even tell the guy to go fuck himself. Because he ran away too fast. Wild.
And hopefully it was.
Okay, so from my perspective, all right, you're absolutely right. So I'm getting DDoS attacked. I come back, and you ask me, hey, Keem's on the show already. Is it okay? Can we have him on? You absolutely did that. I can confirm 100%. I mean, it's already recorded, but yes, you did that. And that's very respectful of you that you did that. And
also, there's a lot of things that are recorded that he doesn't want to confirm or admit are true.
Said yes. In my mind, I'm already desperately trying to get back on the show because if it looks like I cut out of the show, everyone on the internet is going to say I'm a coward. I ran from the tough questions. So I'm doing everything I can to get back as soon as I can. The moment I get back, he's there. And it's like, I've already been grilled. And this is probably, a very stressful thing going on. I'm sure you could figure out for me. And then to now be presented with the man who I told you specifically I didn't want to talk to on the show. Yeah, it smacked me in the face. And then on top of that, you say, well, is it okay? Now, what if I say no? Again, now that makes me look bad. I look like I'm the guy who doesn't want to play ball.
But he didn't think that lying to those guys for 5 hours is going to make him look bad. He doesn't care about being made to look bad. What he cares about is the trolls winning. Because for him, the trolls winning is everything. That's why he's locked into a house that is way too expensive for him to maintain long term and to actually have. That's why he's doing everything he doesn't actually want to do, because otherwise people on the internet are going to call him a loser. But the problem is, they're going to call him a loser anyways, because he gives us more and more reasons every day as to why he's a fucking loser. And caring about what the internet thinks about you makes you look like more of a loser than actually taking a loss.
Who isn't willing to talk, who's just an obstinate jerk, who just wants to, you know, have it his way. So of course I'm going to say yes. Now, in reality, did anything come out of that conversation with Keem? No. What happened was we went back and forth for like 5 minutes. Nothing came of it. And then he plugged his Happy Punch boxing, okay, which is really the reason why he was on the show. All right. That's why he wanted to be on your show, to plug his upcoming content.
Really? 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 Keemstar needed the, what, 2,000 people watching the DSP interview? Because he doesn't have a platform, he doesn't have a channel with multiple millions of subscribers to promote his content? Are you serious? He needed to leech off of DSP's clout.
All right. He did want to talk to me, for sure. That's true. But he definitely was on the show to plug his content. And that
Keem was on the show because DSP was lying about him and was misinterpreting the interactions that they had. And also, if you remember what DSP told Keem directly, the whole thing about you can only reach me by email in the hours that I decide, or call me at a specific time, DSP admitted that was bullshit, and he was just playing hard to get to piss Keemstar off. He was just razzing him. So, yeah, that kind of makes it make sense.
That's literally what you allowed him to do, is do an advertisement. Okay.
So, okay, real quick, and once again, it's been 18 months, it's been a year and a half. Maybe my things are a little fuzzy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking through my email, and I actually don't see any reference to Keemstar at all in that. So maybe it was mentioned beforehand. I don't know. Maybe I knew there was some sort of beef between you guys or something.
Yeah, we did. We had beef on the internet, and I believe at one point, I don't know if specifically it was like Keemstar, but I know you had said, you know, is there any? I said I just want it to be us, right? I don't want to have guests coming on and stuff. I want it to be our conversation, right? That's what it was supposed to be. So, so having this guy is shocking that he's in there. Why is he on this interview, right?
Okay, is this guy gonna try and sexually assault him or something? It's just a guy on the internet. He can't do anything to you other than call you out for being a liar, and then you get exposed for being a liar. You have no reason to avoid this guy unless you think he's gonna make you look bad by exposing that you're a fucking liar, which you are.
I get it, right? I get it. So, but with that said, we did finish up, and you were totally pleased with things, regardless of if Keem appeared or not. Mm-hmm. You were pleased as punch. Said you want to do a second time. You know, I said I'd like to do a second time, and to be clear, everything was great, and until the next day, right?
That's right. Now, to preface this.
Mm-hmm.
We had actually, in our discussions about this interview, the discussion was we were going to do this giant, hard-hitting, harsh interview. And then once we got through it, I can't remember the exact wording you used, but basically it was kind of like, let's get through the tough thing, and then let's do the fun thing.
Yeah, but he fucking drew it out for like 5 hours. This thing, the whole thing had no reason being 5 hours long because he just kept talking in circles, and that's why it happened. They could have easily got it over with in like an hour and then just continued with it. But he kept lying. He kept getting tangled up in bullshit. He kept giving non-answers to questions. He got up to get a piece of paper that said bills on it and read out that he had a Hulu subscription. He tried to fucking cry at some point. Yeah, man, it was a fucking 3-ring circus. It could have been 2 hours long.
Let's do the interview. Then lets you have you on as the guest as you were intended to be originally, right? That was the whole intention of this thing. Yep. So you're absolutely right. After the interview, I jumped on my own personal stream and I expressed to my audience, listen, I knew it was going to be a rough interview. I knew he was going to ask questions that I wasn't going to be able to provide evidence of my side of it or whatever. And that's fine. I just wanted to have a place where people can see all of my answers. So they'll stop bugging me on my streams about this stuff, because it really had nothing to do with my content. You know, you're talking about mobile games and expenses and shit. It has nothing to do with the broadcasting I'm doing every day of gameplay and stuff like that. I just wanted it to be somewhere else. So I actually was happy that we had covered all of that. All right. So by the end of that day, 100%. I was okay with how everything had gone down, even the shocking surprise guest and all that. You know, whatever. So now I would like to hear your methodology about what happened the next day on your stream, because
again, Exhibit A, 4 weeks ago.
Those guys are terrible. They treated me awfully.
They treated me awfully.
They asked me all these kind of bait trap questions.
They asked me all these bait trap questions.
They were constantly disrespecting me.
They were constantly disrespecting me.
Oh wait, that was another show I was on last year, Side Scrollers. What you had publicly said, you could correct me if I'm wrong. You had publicly said on Friday, the day after, you were going to do a decompression day where you guys were just going to sit around playing Mario Kart, shooting the shit, and having a fun day. That was the original intention after this crazy interview, but that is definitely not what happened.
Yeah, so you're right. I said we're going to do a decompression stream, and the intention was, you know, and remember, once again, we're a month into the show, and at the time, we actually did test out like Friday.
But dude, I can't actually fathom why DSP doesn't understand what they did. Or maybe he does, and he just sees this opportunity to make the mental gymnastics and frame himself as the victim. Because this has happened to him multiple times, where he has some kind of a stream. Let's say he's playing, I don't know, let's just, for example, say he's playing Minecraft, and it's super successful. He's playing it for the first time, and like 500 people show up and watch him, and he makes like $200 in tips. And he's like, you know what? Tomorrow, instead of playing Stardew Valley, I'm going to play Minecraft again because people love it so much. That's what they did. That's literally what they did. Hey, we did this huge thing that everybody fucking loved. We didn't give a bunch of shout outs to people that paid for them. And people would like to hear us talking about it. Let's just, instead of playing fucking Mario and have the whole chat be talking about Dark Side Phil and why we didn't read the super chats, let's actually just do that.
Gameplay streams, right? We were trying to test those things out. Now, some more context for you. The last time the audience saw Adam is the last time.
Because also, there's a recent example of what DSP did. He went on Kino Casino, and instead of playing video games for the next few weeks, he just did a bunch of fucking drama streams and weird clips of him felting people and playing WWE Champions. He wasn't scheduled to play WWE Champions. There was another game that he was supposed to play. Probably Stardew Valley, but he just played Champions instead because people loved it so much.
I saw Adam. So Adam left. He went to go have some dinner. So the first time that people saw Adam the next day was when I saw Adam the next day, right? Maybe 60 seconds before that we started the show.
Let's clarify. Adam is one of your co-hosts, so people might not know. He's one of your co-hosts on the Side Scroll.
Yeah, he was. He's
the thing I don't understand from Craig is you don't owe this guy a fucking explanation. All you gotta do is say, we did the interview, people were hype as fuck, we didn't read their super chats, so instead of playing Mario Kart, we just did a fucking talking stream. That's all we did, because we decided to do that.
Doing his own thing now, which is great, and he just had a kid, and like I'm super stoked for him.
And if he knew the first thing about DSP, which he knows plenty about DSP, but if he knew that specific thing, that DSP does exactly the same thing, he would just say it.
And he's welcome to come on the show anytime, which by the way, I do think that you and Adam should hash it out as well, right? Okay, so with that said, so the next day we come in and we do a decompression and really just for the first time have an opportunity to talk about what's happened. Usually this would happen like you did, you know, you left and you went on and did your own decompression stream, right? And so that was our first opportunity to do our decompression stream. Now, Adam thought you were full of shit, right? And he said so in so many words, right? And when, you know, I think that's the thing about the interview, which was really unique, was, you know, I had done a lot of research on you and everything leading up to, based off of, you know, what right or not, what people were saying about you and questions about you.
Well, this is a good point to break off before we get to your Friday stream. So what exact research did you do?
But why the fuck did he interrupt him to just ask a different question instead of letting his guest actually finish his train of thought?
Like, who did you talk to? What information were you gathering upon when you went into this interview? Because
and again, this question is supposed to be about, let me actually tell you what this is supposed to be about. This is supposed to be the felt. This is supposed to set up the gotcha moment. And the gotcha moment happens right here. Craig admits he only talked to detractors to prep for DSP interview. And this is the narrative DSP wanted to push since the interview happened, and he finally was justified to do so. Even though he wasn't justified if you actually listen to the clip, which we are about to do right now.
I think people want to hear your perspective of what your notions were me going into this thing and how it turned out.
Well, I mean, I did talk to pretty much anybody and everybody that I could talk to about you. I mean, I can let me see if I can find my Google Docs about it, and I can tell you exactly what my research was. But yeah, I went in and made that. But I do want to finish my point here. And
okay, go ahead. Yep.
The idea that I had a somewhat of a background. I'd done a couple weeks of research on it, like way more research than you possibly should do for an interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my thought was, and I said this before, and I'll say this again, I wanted to treat you with respect. I wanted to treat me with respect, and I wanted to treat the audience with respect, right? And I had a pretty good idea of what the
which I think he did accomplish. I've said this before.
Doc right here, potential DSP questions, right? And
okay.
This is it's all various things that we touched on, right?
Now, where did this come from? Was this like you asked people what questions you would want me to ask DSP, and you made a compilation? Is that what this document is?
And again, DSP is such a fucking simpleton. And look at the little smile he gets, because he's thinking now, oh my god, I got him trapped. I got him to admit what I want him to say. But no, he's such a simpleton that he can't figure out, because he thinks he's the only sentient being in this universe and everybody else is an NPC or a subhuman. He can't fathom that another person can actually come up with the questions themselves.
No, I think a lot of this was just through various DMs and communication, things that people had asked and wanted to know about you. Obviously the WDB champions thing, the various clips that, broader questions, how do you think, let's see, I'll just go down the list. I've been told not to interview you. Why do you think that is? When you stream, who is streaming, Phil or DSP? What have you done to change the perception from a production standpoint? Right. So, like I said, there's a list of these things.
Right.
And then there's like some of my notes in here, right, where we talk about, what I remember one point in particular, we were talking about you've been doing this forever, but you don't have a business plan or a financial plan. People were really hung up about your taxes, so wanted to touch about that. How you spend your money, obviously, with WDB champions, which we can talk about that in a little bit.
So Craig, you have to understand, literally every question you just asked, I mean, just think about it. Every question you just asked is basically like personal stuff. And it's stuff that my detractors would want to know.
Okay. Interesting thought, though. What would DSP's fans want to know? Because DSP fans know not to ask about his personal life. They know not to ask about his financials. They know not to ask about his addictions. What actually can they ask about? Hey, Phil, are you gonna play Legend of Zelda when it comes out? Hey, Phil, are you gonna play Starfield? What are they gonna actually ask? Something that they don't ask on a regular level 1 podcast, quote unquote.
Okay. So now I'm just telling you from an outside, from your perspective, from an outsider's perspective, or even my perspective, it sounds to me like what you did for 2 weeks is you just said, hey, everyone who doesn't like Phil, contact me and talk to me. I mean, you even had a clip from It's a Gundam, one of the most infamous people who rags on me all the time, as an audio question at the end of the interview.
Papa
and
Gundam, yeah.
What I would like to ask you right now, and I hope that you'll be honest with me.
Sure, I will.
In your efforts to gather information about me for this interview, did you talk to anyone who actually likes me?
The answer to this question is very clear. Everybody knows it. And then it gets twisted into a fucking Frankenstein's monster by DSP. Because he has gone into this and he asked this question with a very specific answer he wanted to hear, and he's gonna take nothing but that answer. And if that answer is not what he hears, he's gonna twist it into it being that.
Well, I think I was open to talking to anybody who would, but nobody reached out that said they really liked you. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, I said I was
no,
going
there's
to
a good
interview-
reason for it, and I'll explain it in a second. But go ahead.
But so with that said, like, when you say you're going to do an interview with somebody and you say, hey, I'm open to talking to all people, if there are people who go out of their way to like you, they didn't reach out to me, right?
Okay.
So your theory of like I only collected things from detractors at the time, you know what, it may be right, but once again, it wasn't malicious. These are all things that people were curious about. And you have to admit, Phil, when you're essentially radio silent for a decade and people don't go in and they don't have an opportunity to interview you, it's important to flush those pipes out and just get it all out there, right? It goes back to the elephant in the room, right? When you have this giant elephant that everyone's staring at, if you don't have an opportunity to talk about those things, whether they're personal or not, right? Then they should be addressed, because that is what the DSP lore is all about.
Right.
So, if you did have to use the opposite side of this, the detractor versus the champions for DSP.
No, he's just waiting for him to stop talking. Basically, that's the whole thing, because he knows what he's gonna say, and nothing that Craig is saying right now is being heard. He just knows the next thing. It's like, okay, so you're saying that you only talk to the trolls, okay? Can we put that on the front page? Do we have the headline?
To use the
and now you can see what kind of a disingenuous piece of garbage this guy is. He's not in it to actually end the beef. He's not in it to have a productive discussion. He's not in it to get to the bottom of this, of what happened. He's in it to get a headline.
Side of this, the detractor versus the champions for DSP. Not a single champion reached out and was like, hey, did you know this? Did you know that Phil?
The detractors versus the champions, by the way. That's a really good name for a fan base, the champions. Because, at the end of the day, it's those people that are responsible for him pulling so many champions.
Donates to charity, whatever, right? And had they, then we would have. Now, with that said, leading up to this, you also knew what this was going to look like, because you prefaced me. I mean, I have our emails pulled up, and you gave me, sent me ammo saying, hey, this is what I think they're going to ask. And I feel like I've addressed a lot of these
things. But you know what sucks? It's the worst thing ever. That the champ is not here anymore.
The champ is here.
No, it's no longer here. It's gone. You know what? DSP should own his trolls by unbanning Derek. That's what he should do. Just unban him, own the trolls, destroy them, felt them.
Sent me videos of you addressing these things, but as you said, you wanted this to be the definitive DSP interview, right?
Right.
So if you want it to be the definitive DSP interview, then naturally I should be listening to everybody who has criticisms of you. And if there is this lore that's attached to it, then I wouldn't be doing my job as the interviewer to do research, good and bad, about the interviewee. Otherwise, it's a fluff piece.
Okay. And fair enough, and I accept that answer, but now I'm going to give you my response, okay?
Sure.
And you probably don't know this, all right? The reason that my fans don't reach out and get involved in this kind of stuff is because my detractors, okay, those people who you were talking to get questions to ask me, systematically hunt down, harass, dox, and do horrible things to anyone who publicly supports me.
Bad point. Bad point. Because you didn't have to go in a public forum to talk to Craig. You could just hit up Craig in the DMs. You could send him an email. You could fucking tweet at him. Hey, Craig, I want to talk to you, buddy. From a fucking random account. And he would have just talked to you. Because he was going to talk to me, I think. Or was that Clum? I think that was Clum. Yeah, Craig talked to ALT, talked to a bunch of other people, because he was pretty open to doing it. And those people didn't even have to say that they talked to him. They just did. So this whole point makes no sense. And it's a weird cope for DSP, because that just basically says that there's nobody who would publicly back him up, or not even publicly, even privately back him up. There was 2 people in the June the King documentary, where June interviewed basically about DSP, who used to support him. But the key word is they used to support him. They were former fans. They're not even present fans. They couldn't even say, hey man, this guy, well, I like his videos. I don't care what he spends his money on. I just like to see him play video games. No, they were former fans.
Okay? And I'm not just talking like, oh, someone was in the chat and said, I like Phil. I mean, they'll try to hunt these people down, find their social media, find where they live, find where they work, call them, harass them, call them pedophiles.
What? Excuse me? Are we talking about the champ?
The champ.
Are we talking about the pedophile? Or someone else who was called a pedophile? I don't know. Are we still defending the champ, quote unquote? What? Let's get a replay.
Their social media, find where they live, find where they work, call them, harass them, call them pedophiles.
Okay. That's clear enough for me.
Do horrible things to them. There's been supporters documented who give me a $100 tip, and then they get hacked and stuff. It's really, really messed up.
Documented that they get hacked? I would like to see the documentation.
I mean, case in point, Craig, do you not remember? Maybe you don't remember this. It was like a week or two before the interview. They tried to dox you. You remember that, right? And I told you about it. I said, just so you know, they gave your an address on the internet, and I don't think it's real. And you know, they did it to you. So if they're doing it to you, obviously they're not going to. My fans who like me are not going to speak up in a public venue like that and be like, "Oh yeah, now I want to talk about Phil." No, they'll watch me. They'll silently support me as they have done for a very long time. But they're not going to put themselves into the line of fire.
But there's no line of fire. There isn't one. You just drop a DM to fucking Craig, and that's it. And all you say is like, hey man, people lie about DSP. He didn't actually spend money on champions. He's a very nice boy. And all he does is play video games and have fun and chill. That's all they had to do.
Already deranged people, okay? And you maybe didn't know that. So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt here that I got to trust you, say that you were doing what you thought was fair. But a lot of people were going into that interview thinking, okay, he's going to ask tough questions. But at the same time, maybe we'll talk a little bit about the positivity about Phil's 16-year history on YouTube. The good old days, or even what's good about what he does today, how he's improved, stuff like that. Like, there was none of that. It was literally just like negative. Now, I told you I was okay with that, all right? But from, again, outsider, they're looking at the situation like Craig just sat around for 2 weeks claiming he did all this research, and all he literally did was talk to the people who hate Phil the most, compiled it into a ball of negativity, and threw it at him. And that's the perception of that interview at this point from those who aren't my detractors, basically. In fact, just to give you another example, Mike Klum, who I was planning on possibly doing a documentary with,
Mike Klum
said to me directly, you realize that side-scrollers interview was just for your detractors, right? Like, no one else cares.
Because there's no one else who cares. No one else who actually cares. What are they going to care about? What does DSP do outside of the dumb fucking idiot drama that he does that appeals to other people that also other streamers don't do? What? He plays video games? They do that. He has fucking stream gimmicks? They also do that. He has a background on his streams? They also do that. So, like, why is it even worth addressing? The only thing he has to bring to the table is the weird drama, the financial stuff, and having a mobile game addiction. Because that's not common, and it's interesting for outsiders to get an inside look at this.
No one else watched it and said, oh, it was literally a detractor interview. And it's all it'll ever be. That's why you should do positive content like a documentary, because you need to have parts of your truthful nature, your personable, personality.
That doesn't exist. Your truthful nature? A liar's truthful nature? Are we for real? Your personable personality that doesn't exist unless you're trying to fake it so random people that don't know you will like you more? Like you did with Kino Casino? So it's all fake then.
Come out. No one saw that. in the interview because it was literally.
So basically, Mike Klum told him, "Hey man, this interview made you look real bad. Let's make a documentary so you can pretend you're much nicer in real life, so people can like you more."
Detractor question, detractor question, detractor question.
With all due respect to Mike, do you not think he was just puffing up your chest to try to get you to do a documentary with him?
That's an outstanding answer. And I legitimately laughed when I heard that because Craig is too clever to fall for this shit. And he was completely right. Yeah, you think that guy whose entire job is to do marketing and social relationships with people, don't you think he was kissing your ass so he can make content from you? Much like, I don't know, maybe your best friends?
Of course he was. I mean, let's be honest. Of course he wanted to do a documentary with me. But, I mean, from all this nonsense, there's always a little moment of truth, right? And it rings true. That interview, if you watch it back, you don't get to learn anything about me besides all the things people don't like about me. And that sucks.
No, we got to learn a lot about him. He talked to us about his genesis as a YouTuber. Basically, the first like hour and a half was just him giving us a pre-stream. Did he forget about that? Him talking about how he's super busy and he has to get up in the morning and sit down and stream and then get off and have dinner, blah, 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 blah. All this nonsense. Yeah, we heard about all of it. He told us that he has no social connections outside of the people he sees on streams. And then the guys told him that he should go and see a fucking therapist because that's unhealthy. And all that other stuff. That actually, factually, legitimately happened. Are we going to pretend like it didn't? They let him talk about a bunch of shit that was completely useless. And that's why that whole thing was 5 hours long.
Because that's there forever. That's a video that launched you guys into prominence for a while, right? I think you can agree. Can we agree there? Can we just say that interview did give you a launching board to popularity, right? And I'm not saying that anything that came after is a result of me. I'm not. But was that not the piece of content that launched your show into prominence and people wanted to hear from the side scrollers?
But they don't do stuff like that. So, well, okay, for example, let's say we get, I don't know, we get Daniel Larson. Terrible example. We get Daniel, no, that's a bad example. We get fuck it. Never mind. This is a shitty analogy.
I think that it raised awareness.
I give up.
But to think that anybody who watched that, like, I would say we had, Phil, 2,500 people tuned in live to watch that show, right? We had 3,000 watching our show today, right?
That's right.
Of that 3,000 who watched our show today, how many of those of that 2,500 were there?
Probably zero, because your show today is a different show. It's completely different content.
But it was completely different content back then too. They just did an interview with DSP that was hype as fuck.
Well, it's not an interview. It's not about Phil. And I think I recognize that, right? Now, did it raise awareness? Sure. Is it why the show's been successful? No. You know,
and I agree with you there. Your show is taken off, and I want to say kudos and congrats to you for having a very successful show now. I mean, it's blown up, and that's great. But people didn't know about side scrollers until my interview. Is that a fair statement to say?
It raised awareness, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But just like our interview with the Tetris CEO, or us talking about Concord or Dustborn or whatever, like, once again, the show was changing. We were trying to figure out what the show was, and it took about a year before we figured out what the show was.
Yeah, you remember you were saying on the show, no politics, and now it's like it's completely flipped. Like, that's mostly what you're talking about these days.
I disagree. I don't think what we talk about is politics at all. I think we talk about the culture of this stuff. Very rarely.
Fair enough. Not hardcore politics. I agree with you there.
Very rarely do we actually talk about Democrats or Republicans or anything like that. No, we talk about the culture associated.
By the way, another exhibit.
Climb the fuck out of the sewer that you live in with your drama politics show.
Drama politics show. Also, yesterday, DSP doesn't think it's a politics show. Wow.
Culture, I get it.
Which I think from a video game perspective is way more important than whether a game gets a 7 or an 8 in a score. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's lended it, because at the end of the day, you see a number of the reason why side scrollers is working is, and our audience is growing, is because we know that there are a bunch of, as we say in our chat, our community is called normal men. They're called normal men for a reason, because there's a bunch of normal men who are looking around going like, yo, what the hell is happening? And this isn't right. This is not normal. And the thing about side scrollers, we do the exact same thing now that we did a decade ago. It's just in a different package, because a decade ago, we were laughing at all the stupid shit that was happening in the video game space. Now there's just way more stupid shit that happens in the video game space that we can talk about it every day. You know, it's the same premise. It's just in a different package. So anyways, with that said, like I said, the show was evolving, the show was changing, and you know, we haven't done like an interview on the show in, I'd say, almost a year, you know, because the interviews were fine, and they were originally supposed to be a regular weekly part of the show. But once again, it takes a while to figure out what the show is. And now we have a good idea of what the show is, who our audience is, and we're there. Now, once again, did those interviews help raise awareness? Absolutely. But I can't, you know, I'd say it's a chapter of the side scroller story. And just as side scrollers is a chapter of the DSP story.
Sure. I will agree with you on that. The show today has nothing to do with me. I'm not trying to take credit for it whatsoever in that regard. You've done good for yourself, putting it in its new own space, and it stands out. Okay. So getting back to now, because we did get to
yeah, from their perspective, they played it off pretty well. They had this huge hype thing, and instead of pigeonholing himself to one thing or like doing interviews with lolcows or whatever, they just did their thing. Which is it's a good way to do it, because you know, many YouTubers do this thing where you get one hype video or stream and then you just go in that direction. And they decided not to do it. And they only did it when they saw it was a good opportunity. Like the whole monetize the haters thing. I told Craig personally I thought it was corny, but he still did it because it was hype. And I get it. It was decent content.
About the beforehand. So the interview happens. All of a sudden, all eyes are on you guys because you did this interview with DSP. Friday is supposed to be a decompression stream with Mario Kart, but instead it turns into something else. So now let's get into this. So what actually went down on that Friday show for you?
Yeah, we went in, we talked about things, and we do what we do every day. We just talked about what's in the news. The difference was that we were the news, and the interview was the news in the sphere. And people wanted to hear our thoughts about it for the first time, and that was the first time we'd got together. So you know, you listen to your audience, and when the audience says, we want to hear your thoughts about what happened yesterday, you do that. And for us, it was a Friday, so naturally we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna give the weekend to decompress, and then we're gonna resume the show on normal on Monday. It doesn't matter if Mario Kart was played or not. The intention was still the same, was to talk about what just happened the day before for the first time, just like you did the day before with the decompression stream. Mm-hmm. Now, was it what you wanted to hear? No. But was it honest? Yes. And honestly, I think that when it comes to the reasons why we were upset was, and specifically Adam was upset, was because he smelt shit, and whenever he
this part gets really good.
You know, it was like talking in circles. And I think that there's like a lot of that stemmed from the WWE Champions thing. That's where a lot of the meat came from, right? So we asked you about that several times. You know, we got the runaround on it. We all knew it was the runaround, right? There were, you know, we talked about you sharing your account, and then, you know, and then that didn't happen. And that was when the internet went out and everything associated with that. And so, you know, we were upset about it, right? Because we smelt the shit. And I think that there's like actually like a lot of irony when it comes to this, and that like just was yesterday, you know, I get sent clips to you all the time, and leading up to this especially, you know, where you talked about WWE champions, and you said that, you know, you spent you know, forever lying about it, right? So, so with that said, like, do you think that you know, you admitted to lying about this, right? Do you think that we had a right to be upset because we felt you were lying? We knew you were lying. You admitted to lying. Do you feel that we had a right to be upset the next day?
Absolutely Brilliant question. So, buddy, you lied to us.
Well,
and now the dude, as you can see on his face, he's trying to come up with reasons. The little drunk hamster in his brain is trying to run on that wheel, but it's not working. It's not working, and he's gonna deflect. Or is he? Wow, the suspense.
Let me. Okay.
Yes, he will.
Let me put it into these terms. Okay.
Let me just talk about what I want to talk about. Can we do that? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
When a guest is going to be on a show and is going to be interviewed, and they know there's going to be hard-hitting questions, and that was all previously established. All right, we knew all this was going to happen. That's why I agreed to do the interview, because I felt like this is going to be it, the definitive interview or whatever. Okay.
But you lied about all of it. What do you mean the definitive interview?
Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that the next day after the interview you were going to do that.
Oh, immediately. You see that? Did you see how he didn't actually answer the question, but spin it around into what he wants to say and what he wants to be talked about? Wow.
You didn't even tell the public you were going to do that.
Deflection. And now the ball is in Craig's court because I say so.
And now, let's be honest here. What actually happened on that Friday show is you talked to my detractors almost the entire show. You were reading all of their contributions.
And we're back to this. We're back to this. Jesus Christ.
They rolled in. I think some of them were previously from the interview the day before. I want to be fair here. I think there were like leftovers you hadn't shouted out the day before. And then there was a ton of contributions that came in that day from my detractors. So you just sat there reading them. And, okay, you're upset with me. You don't believe me. You smell shit. All right? But there's a difference between saying, well, we just did this big interview, we don't believe him, versus actually, like, actively participating in memes that they have about me.
Actively participating in memes, which was the laugh. It literally they just made fun of his laugh. It wasn't even about his gout or about his wife being fat. Because we didn't know that back then, but now we do, but she was always fat. Anyways, it wasn't even about the champions. It was just them saying ack. Which also, if I go back and look it up, I'm pretty certain they didn't even know what that was about. They just did it.
Your entire cast laughed ack on the show, Craig, together. As if this was something funny to do to deride Phil. I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was on your show and answered hard-hitting questions. You didn't have to believe the answers.
Hold on. Did you answer? Because you
didn't. I did? Oh, and
listen to this. This is the undisputable best part of this whole thing. The best part.
You didn't have to believe the answers.
Hold on. Did you answer? Because you
didn't. I did? Oh, indeed I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
You didn't like the answers. Now get a load of this.
Phil, don't flip that on me, because you didn't. You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's still an answer.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if I was lying to you or not. It was still an answer. And he actually thought this was a good thing to say. He actually did. I cannot believe this.
Then let me ask you this, Phil. Will you apologize for lying to us? Because that's where a lot of that came from. It's like we knew.
Oh, and now we get to the apology segment, because now they're both taking turns asking each other for apologies.
You were lying, right?
Okay.
And I gave you an opportunity multiple times. I remember pleading with you, Phil, just come clean on this. And the opportunity was there. And had you just come clean at that instance, everybody would move past this.
And he didn't just lie about the champions. He lied about also the champions, but he lied about the bankruptcy. He lied about the bank leaks. He lied about pretty much everything. His expenses, because now we know his expenses. The WWE Champions admission opened on every can of worm that ever exists. There's worms all over the place. This is the level 1 worm cast.
So I do think that, like, once again, why were we upset, Phil? What's the root of all this? We felt and we knew and we smelt a lie.
He almost, like, let that sink in. The idea that he almost got himself to cry because he wanted to lie so hard about where his money was going. Just think about that. He almost got himself to cry.
Melted, right? So, and you admitted.
And now, you know what? His admission makes the interview age so well. It has aged like the best wine that ever existed. The best gin, the best Tanqueray ever is not as aged as that interview. It's so good. You can go rewatch it now and know that he was lying about all of that.
Yesterday to lying to us. So that to me stings, because you're not only lying to me, you're lying to your audience, you're lying to my audience, and you're lying to everybody else. So you should apologize to me and Adam and Travis and Blabs and everybody else who watched that show, because they were expecting the definitive DSP interview, and what they got was lies. That's not definitive, Phil. That's the issue I had with this.
Okay, now since we're getting into the nuance of it now, let's go talk, because the lies you're talking about are WWE champions.
No. Lied about the bankruptcy, lied about where his money was going. When he went to take that piece of paper that said bills on it and instead he has to pay for Hulu, he was lying then. He was lying about the bank leaks. He lied about pretty much everything that ever had to do with money, which is at least like 3 hours of that show. He lied also about asking Keemstar to reach out to him over email, because that was the official way to do it, because he straight up told Keemstar he was just playing. He was just fucking around and messing with them.
That's what we're talking about. Let's hone in on.
But will you apologize though? Because that's
let's hold on. Let's talk. Let's do this. All right. Let's like man to man. Don't demand something from me now. Let's talk like men.
I'm asking.
Okay. If in that interview, all right, I had been honest with you and completely transparent, and I said fessed up to everything, right? Immediately you would have said, that's great. Prove it. Correct? You would have said, prove everything you're saying.
Oh, and now we're getting in. Oh, no. This is the worst part of the whole thing. The fucking email saga. That Craig didn't check his email for 23 hours, which means he dishonored Phil and destroyed him or whatever. It's so stupid. I swear. And it goes on for like 30 minutes.
And we gave you the opportunity to.
Okay, now let's be real about this, because I don't want you to lie to the internet about it. I want to be real about this.
But, buddy, you're the guy lying to the internet about pretty much everything. That's why you guys are talking right now, because you lied to the internet.
I'm not going to lie to the internet. I'm not.
In that interview, all right, you said to me, show me evidence of what stuff you're saying, show me screen captures or whatever. And I'm going to be honest with you. No, I was never going to do that on the fly, because I'm the kind of guy, I want to make sure if I'm going to do something like that, I want to make sure everything's safe. I want to make sure it's correct. I'm not going to send you something just to say it wasn't good enough.
Okay, quick debunk here, and this is something I've been saying for actual years, or at least, well, since the interview happened. If you are going to an interview or any kind of a discussion where you know something will be brought up, and that thing will accuse you of doing a specific thing, are you not going to prepare the evidence that proves that you're innocent? Are you not? I think you will. I think you will. Because if somebody accused me of doing something that I haven't done, and I knew I'm going to go and talk to someone where they're going to ask me that same thing, I'm going to prepare in advance.
I want you to show you the definitive evidence to prove what I'm saying or whatever, okay? So I'm thinking in my head during the interview, because I didn't know you were going to hit me with that. Honestly, I thought you were just going to ask me questions and I was going to answer. I didn't.
And this is just a straight up lie. Because days, maybe even over a week leading up to the interview, he said, man, this is going to be the end all be all interview of all times. There's not going to be an interview ever after that. And I'm going to say everything, so I can have it all in one place. So whenever somebody's asking me about fucking WWE champions, I can tell them, go check out the interview I did with Side-Scroller Craig, and you're gonna see the evidence and the answers and whatever. He knew all of this beforehand, and this is just a straight up lie.
You were going to say, this is your...
But at this point, are you even surprised that he's lying? No, I would be surprised if he's telling the truth.
Opportunity to actually clear this up. I never thought you would do that. So when I'm thinking in my head, okay, how can I prove it? How can I do this? How can I do that? I need to get this stuff together for you, right? and you had left the door open. And in fact, this is what near the end of the interview we were talking about this. If you want to, clarify everything, you can send it to me after we're done here. We even left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right? I'm not making that up. That was correct.
But the damage had been done already. Based on what I just said, if you didn't present the evidence when you were actually asked to present the evidence, and you made yourself look even guiltier compared to before you actually had the conversation, it doesn't even matter.
Right. And to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Sure.
Which, if you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part, just so everybody is on the same page and there's full clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
Well, I think it's important just so this is us talking, but
yeah,
we'd be ignorant to say that there's not a couple, few thousand people who once again, this is part of the story of how we got here, right? So I do think it's important because I don't want to leave any context out. So do you mind if I read our emails after the just our back and forth that we had after, because I think it does provide context to what we're talking about here.
Sure. This is the email that was sent after I got off the show.
Yeah.
Because I believe there was an email then, and then I emailed you again after I'd eaten dinner about, are you available? Are you going to be checking this email box? And that was where we had left it. And then the next day you emailed me something in the morning, correct? That's the chain of events.
Okay, so I haven't it happened on I guess we talked March 16th of last year, right? So you emailed me at 8:18 and said, "Hey Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I really hope that it was a big benefit to you guys. If so, this may have been the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that."
Let me answer your question real quick, Craig. This is how he thinks the show went.
Those guys are terrible. They treated me awfully. They asked me all these kind of bait trap questions. They were constantly disrespecting me. Oh wait, that was another show I was on last year, Side Scrollers.
You and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. I
disagree completely. Dude, if you guys remember the decompression stream after the interview, this guy was sucking their balls.
You on the podcast.
He thought it was the best thing ever. And everyone in his chat were like, "Oh man, DSP, you fucking, oh man, this was not good for you at all. Not good, man. This made you look terrible." And he was like, "No, man, what are you talking about? It was like really good. We had so much fun."
We're nothing but fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that should have been more on topic. I didn't mind. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would like.
Again, I didn't mind that Keemstar was on. I didn't mind. Wow.
Would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a quote surprise or trick or shock me. How often do you check this email? I'm still 50-50 on showing you my champions account at this point, especially because of what Keemstar said. I feel nobody would believe you even if you vouched for me, but I respect you and still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared my info will once again leak and hurt me. So that was the email that you sent me.
Okay. Which was 5:18 my time. Well, actually, what?
And again, it's like, dude, bro, no, he was never going to do that. He was never going to do that. Ever, ever, ever. Ever.
I don't know what time zone you are, but it was
Central. So 6:18 your time.
Gotcha. Okay? So it was right after dinner. Correct. Okay. Now, I will clarify what was going on.
No, you don't need to clarify anything. We just heard the email. That clarifies enough. You don't need to clarify minute by minute what happened in your mindset. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant to this discussion.
Okay. Now, did you see my show last night where I told the truth about WWE champions for the very first time? Have you seen that at all? Or did you just hear about it?
I had a clip sent to me. But
Okay.
I haven't like watched the whole thing. I've watched like 90 seconds of it.
In a nutshell, all right, yeah, the account was mine. I had it for many years, and after years of harassment by my detractors, I sold the account, okay? So at the time that we're doing this interview, I don't have access to the account, so I can't prove really anything, right? All I could do is I could show you like a new account, which is the account that I had currently.
Also, isn't it interesting, speaking of DSP selling his account, isn't it interesting that this guy who can't even turn on his fucking PC without chat helping him would go on a random black market site for WWE Champions accounts or whatever, mobile game accounts, and he would manage to navigate the site properly and get through with the transaction without anybody's help? That seems very unlikely to me, because I'm familiar with this guy and his, let's say, mental capacity, and he can't even do that. He can't even work fucking Twitter. He can't even work YouTube. He needed like years to figure out that there's actually a YouTube Studio app that you can use to track your metrics and whatever. Yeah, that doesn't seem likely to me.
You remember, you would ask me straight up in the interview, hey, do you still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. But it's on this new account. It's not the original account that the detractors knew about and were stalking me for.
Why didn't you just say that? Why didn't you just say that? That would have been the perfect time to say that. Yeah, I was down from the rafters, but years ago I sold my account, and I'm still playing it, but on a different account. Why didn't he say that? That makes no sense.
Years.
Phil, I don't really care about WWE.
Okay, no fair, but
really
here's
don't.
I understand, but you have to understand the situation. So I'm saying to you, I'm 50-50 on sending it, but if you had said to me, yeah, okay, I'm still open to it, I was going to show you the new account. I was going to try to explain all this to you and say, this is why I can't just on a whim show you everything. It wouldn't have worked. You easily could have said, oh, you made this up. This is a bullshit new account or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a convoluted story. It is, okay? So what was your response to me reaching out to you saying, hey, I have the information, I'm 50-50 on it? What was your response to that?
Yeah. So, and once again, let's make sure we have all references here. It's you send that March 16th at 18 p.m. So it's evening time for me, right? My morning routine is I wake up and I start prepping for the show, right? So we're live at 11. I'm getting up. I'm getting prepped for everything. I have not checked this email, right? I've not checked this email. And you know, because I told you prior to, in our original correspondence, I don't check this email. I don't check this email very often. Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right? So you know this. So so you send me that email the following day, March 17th.
Okay, here, I'm going to replay this again because this is very important to this conversation.
It'll go weeks before I check the email. I told you prior to, in our original correspondence, I don't check this email.
I told you in our original correspondence, I don't check this email. What does DSP do? He sends him an email with a feeler. Hey, Craig, do you check this email? Because this is the email I'm going to use to send you the proof. And then what happens? Craig doesn't check the email, as he's told Phil. And then what does Phil do? He uses that as an excuse not to send him the proof about champions. You see here? Do you notice what's happening here? Oh, there's a little bit of a scam going on, a little bit of a scheme. Very interesting. Very specific as well.
I don't check this email very often. Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right? So you know this. So so you send me that email the following day, March 17th. I respond at 7:45. That's the next time we have any sort of correspondence.
Is that AM or PM?
That is PM.
Okay.
So it's been about 23 hours.
And you've already done your show for Friday. It's already taken place. Okay.
It is done. So here's my response to you. I said, and I felt like this was a very fair assessment of things. And you can tell me if I'm wrong. I said, hey, Phil, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated as at the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. the things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile games, the bank stuff, etc., it just doesn't make sense, man. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is just saying it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around, but you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based off of things that you've said online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, I and we want what's best for you, man. We very much do, but you have to want what's best for yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I will gladly help you, man. Help you, man, on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2.
That's my favorite part, because you know that hurt him greatly.
I know you can do it, and that's the email that I sent to you. And I think that was very.
You deserve to get to level 2.
Be like, hey, Phil, it was great. It was spectacular.
Again, I have to repeat this because it's incredibly important. In the beginning of their correspondence, Craig said, "Phil, I don't check this email very often. Phil knows this." Let's continue.
Spectacular. Can't wait to set up number 2. As I said in the email, we were exhausted from it, and mentally tired from it, physically tired from it. And we talked about that. We talked about that on the following debrief.
Also, of course, I was mentally tired of it as well, because back then, this was the most I had to ever care about DSP, and it was exhausting. But it was also a shit ton of fun.
Had we done that debrief immediately after the show, chances are we would have said the exact same thing. Probably worse, But you can see in that email, we felt lied to. We felt exhausted, right? And the reality is, Phil, we were lied to, right? Mm-hmm. So, and, self-admittedly, you said we were lied to, and we knew that. So naturally, when somebody lies to you and continues to lies to you, you're going to be upset.
Right.
So we were
Fair
upset.
enough. Okay. So I will confirm everything that Craig just said is true. That is correct, was what was in those emails. I know for a fact that's exactly how it transpired. Okay. So now he said it. I didn't say it. He said it. He literally read the emails word for word. No one can say that I made this up. Okay. So we got to follow the order of events. I'm on your interview. 5 hours, hard-hitting questions. I lie to you about WWE champions. You leave the door open and say, you can send me the information after to clarify all of this. Okay? That was said directly in the interview. You agree to that, right, Craig? You did say that.
Mm-hmm.
I go on my show. I say, that was a good interview. I'm okay with it. I even email you, say, I'm okay with it. I'm 50-50 about sending you the stuff. Do you check your email? You literally just publicly admitted you don't check your email.
And he used that as the huge title for a video. Wow, this is on the cover page, you guys. We got him. We got Craig. Craig admits. Wait, where was it? Where was this? And oh my god, dude. That was the first time I ever actually looked at the titles of those videos, because they're just a bunch of fucking drama shit. Stuttering Craig's mask comes off. Craziest 2 minutes ever. And this only got like 370 views in 10 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Craig exposes he never gave DSP a chance by reading his own emails. Wow, this is so fucking retarded. This is so dumb, and this guy is so incredibly desperate. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, this is incredible. I just noticed the fucking titles. They're so bad. But yes, this is the huge gotcha moment. Is Craig, you don't even check your email. Busted, man, busted. He owes you an apology for this. He didn't check his email after you lied about a bunch of stuff for 5 hours straight.
Right.
Well, but this is the thing, because of course you're gonna see this guy walking away from this thinking he's won, and he's gonna get gassed up by a bunch of retards who pretend he won just to see him get crazier and crazier. This is the thing with narcissists, man. No matter what the situation is, they're gonna think they won. Even if they got completely cornered and completely exposed, they're gonna think they won. And if people shit on them, they're gonna think it's not for good reason. It's unrightful. They shouldn't be shitting on him because Craig didn't check his email.
In this situation, yeah, it'd been a day. Yeah.
So you ended an interview, the hottest piece of content you had ever made at that point on Side Scrollers. You knew all eyes were on you. You knew people were looking to see if I was going to follow up with you and send you this information. And you decided not to check your email, but instead to do a show ragging on me the next day. Is that a correct statement?
I would say that in between me ending the show, being done with the internet for the day, going to sleep, and waking up the next day and then doing the show, like Phil, as we said at the time, you had one opportunity to send the stuff. It wasn't there, right? You passed on that.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Now you fucked up, Craig. You got destroyed.
Passed on what? You just admitted the door was open to send you the information when I got it together.
During the show, Phil, during the interview.
Craig, we're on an interview and a show. Craig. We're in an interview. The idea of the interview is for me to answer your questions. It's not stop the interview. Let me dig into documents and get you screenshots and things.
But wait. Whoa. Didn't he stop the interview to go get a blank piece of paper that said bills on it? He actually did that. So we got a self-debunk, or as the kids call it, a self-felt.
That's not what the interview was. Never once before the interview did you ever say that's what it was going to be. And like I said, if I'm going to send you something, it has to be sure that it's proving my point. This was a convoluted story. It's not I could just send you a screenshot.
No, it's actually a very fucking straightforward story. You play a mobile game. You spend money on a mobile game. You tell people you're spending money for lunch meat sandwiches, but actually you spend it on a mobile game. You don't like proving that because it's going to make you look bad. So you avoid every opportunity to prove that. That's it. It's a very simple story. It's not a complicated 3-act structure. It's a very simple story. Some deadbeat loser on the internet is playing a mobile game and spending all his money on it, and he doesn't want to prove that, and he's lying about it. That's the story. It's one sentence.
I try to prove now that I've got a new account and it's not the old account, that I sold the account. This is complicated.
It's not complicated.
During the show, I was literally, to be transparent with you.
And also makes you think, if it's so complicated, why didn't he prove it on his own terms? Why didn't he prove it on his own show? To convince his fans, he wasn't actually just lying to them straight for years. Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he do that?
Now, as I sent you that email, I had everything ready. I told you I was 50-50. I literally had it all ready to go. And
Yeah. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. What a bunch of bullshit. Who is believing this? Man, I had everything ready. I had the account name and my fucking social security number right next to it. It was going to prove everything. But you didn't check your email.
Email and say, I'm here, Phil. I'll check it. And I would have sent it to you and you would have had it. And instead of having a Friday show where all you did was beat me up all day, you would have had the Friday show saying the big reveal. DSP cleared the air. He said he was a liar, but here's the truth.
He said he was a liar, but here's the truth. Oh my God. I can't believe this, man. This guy is so insane.
But you didn't check your email.
You didn't check your email.
Like, what do you want, dude? Like,
and Craig is even at this point. It's like, bro, what? How am I? Why is it my fucking fault? Why is it my fault? What?
I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. That's not how people communicate in 2023. And I know that's how you communicated, but like, I I didn't check my email for 23 hours, and I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I apologize for that. Will you apologize for lying?
I apologize for lying, but I don't want your apology that you didn't check your email. I want your apology for being completely disingenuous about everything that happened after the fact, after the interview.
What? What was he disingenuous about? Reading super chats and saying thanks for the super chat? A thing that DSP does? What?
That's what.
And this is where it gets crazy. You think it was wild so far? Now we get off on everything, bro.
I want.
But the thing is, Phil, I don't think we were being disingenuous. Like, I think we were being completely honest with how we felt. You know, like I said, we spent 5 hours talking to you, getting the runaround, man. And like, it was not meant to be like, this was, once again, I go back to the definitive Dark Side Phil interview, and it wasn't. So I'm disappointed in that, because there's things that you're telling us now you lied about. We felt it. We knew it was happening in real time. We felt like we were getting gaslit. So naturally, yes, I felt exhausted and tired, and honestly didn't want to deal with you, which is why in that email I said, look, man, we're just disappointed. Like I said, I want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself. Is lying to us on stream helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
You told me that on Friday. Basically, in other words, says we don't actually care what the truth is, because I had the truth and was going to send it to you, and you ignored me.
Oh my god, you need to see his face. The face of a guy who thinks he's won. And it's everything but that. Actually, let's read some comments. Let's read some comments on the best website ever, youtube.com/dspgaming/videos. Let's see what the people say. You're acting like you're not a public figure and you don't have your own platform to communicate. You could have come clean on your own channel anytime in the last several years. This is what I just said. You can come clean on your own terms, buddy. You didn't need CRAG to give you a chance to do that. Facts. That's why the laws against slander are very strict when it comes to protecting private citizens. They don't have their own platform to defend themselves. Or, since you were worried about your privacy, just show the first letter of your account right then and there on CRAG's show when he asked you the first time. If it didn't start with D, that would have been settled. Well, I'm probably going to need a little bit more than that, because it's very easy to just make a new account and be like, hey, you see, it's called something else. I'm going to need to just see the actual account, which is not exposing him to anything. Anyways, it's hard to believe you would have provided documents if only CRAG would have read the email. You still haven't done that on your own show or anywhere. All you've done is say, trust me, bro. This is very good. All of this is kind of stupid. At this point, why does it even matter if he ended up reading your email or not? End of the day, you still lied. You still lied. So why are you mad about how he or others would react? Their reaction is based on your lies, which you yourself have now admitted to all those times you were playing victim and acting like the people had the wrong opinion of you was fake in the end. Why are you mad? Yeah, so that's an interesting question. And again, the next top comment reads, Phil, it's 2024. Somebody not checking their email for not even a full day isn't insane. And then we get another one that is very nice. If you think this makes you look good, this ain't it. And it really ain't. And the last one, I'm going to read this one because it's pretty long. Phil, you are being gassed up by the bad guys. They know that you put out the best content to mock. It's a very interesting qualifier. When you're riding an ego high, there are a lot of people in bad faith lying to you right now, saying they are fans. You're getting money from people that are paying for the show. You are a movie they don't want to see end. Please see reason. This is getting really hard to watch. The fact you think CRAG looks bad as a result of this interview is shocking. I implore you to rewatch without your pride in mind. It's impossible. Try and see things from his perspective. A man that was lied to, then the person lying demanding an apology because he didn't check his email. Please, dude, this is not a good look. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. But then again, Craig committed the highest sin of not checking his email for almost a full day, which to me is unforgivable. We need to put him up on the cross.
No, it's not that I ignored you. It's because I didn't check the email. And not
That's called ignoring, because you knew that was our line of communication. You asked me to send you the information. I was going to, and you chose not to check it. You actively ignored the way that I could have cleared my name. And then you went on to do a show that made you tons of money defaming me on the internet. That's exactly what happened. And there's no way that you can ever clarify that because it's in black and white. You just admitted it. You read it. You just admitted it publicly that you didn't check the line of communication we had, that I could have cleared the whole situation.
Is this like the gotcha? Like,
there's no gotcha. There's no gotcha.
Okay.
You read it. I actually wasn't going to read the emails.
Like,
you did it.
Phil, I don't apologize for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm an adult with a family and kids, and honestly, I was tired of it. Right?
Yeah.
The fact that I did check my email on Friday night was fascinatingly amazing that I did that, right? That's a big dub. But I'm sorry that you felt betrayed that I didn't check my email.
Because when it comes to DSP, this guy is busy 24/7. He has a family. He has things to do around the house. He operates a household. He can ignore people for decades. But Craig, a guy with actual family and children, no, you need to read my email right now, or you're making me look bad.
And once again, there's a big difference between ignoring, because I didn't know the email was there in the first place. You have to know it was there to actively ignore it. I did not actively ignore your email. I didn't know it happened. So I can't ignore something that I didn't know happened.
Craig, in the interview, we ended it with, the door is open, you can send me the information.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't know it happened. Do you need to have a bomb go off when someone sends you the thing you directly asked for? Would you not even in a moment think, hey, maybe he's going to contact me today about this and I should check, because how else am I going to send you these documents anyway, by the way? It has to be an email attachment, right? I can't just call you and give it to you. I didn't have your Discord.
Hold on. Now I'm curious to watch the other one. I'm sorry about the derailing, but I'm curious about watching the other clip in the comments under that. Craig admits he only talked to detractors to prep for the DSP interview. What are the people saying? The silent majority that is scared to be doxxed. Craig admits that he reached out to detractors and fans alike, but no fans came forward. Derek blocked Craig on Twitter when asked if he wanted to participate. Same deal as the canceled Mike Klumdog. We also saw fans and former fans interviewed in the June documentary. You discredited them as possibly being faked. Did he actually fucking do that? Did he really do that? I haven't watched him react to that shit. I should do that tomorrow. I'm having a stream tomorrow going through all that shit. Like, actually all of it. There can be no win. You act like a child, Phil. And also in brackets, how long until this message is blocked? Well, this message has been unleashed 39 minutes ago, so congratulations, you made it. This clip proves just how warped this guy's perception is. Stuff like this is why DSP is the most Kino creator on YouTube. Been silently watching since Fallout 3 The Pit, looking for steel ingots. The last month has been wild, and I can't see what will happen next. And this got hearted by DSP. Bro, this guy is making fun of you. This guy is straight up making fun of you. But because the word Kino is in it, he just liked it automatically. This guy just admitted he's been silently watching you to make fun of you for years. And now you're like, I like this guy. Dog, bro. Oh my god. Oh, and this one, Craig interview was a disaster. For him, plus my own doc react concludes. Let's see the comments on this one. Was it a disaster? Oh my god. I'm gonna read this paragraph. For him, your entire argument was, I lied about the WWE Champions account not being mine. You guys caught on to my lies. Now, Craig, apologize for not believing my lies. He gave you a chance to appear on his show as a guest even after that. If I was Craig, I definitely wouldn't have, as most other people wouldn't have either. You didn't even know how lucky you are, because you're blinded by your ego, and the Kino Casino has succeeded in inflating your ego to an extent where you really think you're some kind of a big hotshot now. The funniest thing is them making ironic jokes every now and then about you being the king. It's obvious sarcasm, yet you're the only one who doesn't get it and actually think they're seriously consider you to be the king of YouTube's content creators. Craig is actually the only one who has any kind of hope left for you. Oh, buddy. Oh, pal. And then the second top comment says, time to keep moving forward. I agree.
Anything, right? We were doing it through some other streaming client. So I had
And I'm not even like cherry picking those. These are the top comments.
You an email. All right. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can talk.
And matter of fact, these are comments that he approved. It's not even the ones that didn't make it through, because you know there were hundreds of comments that didn't make it through. These were the ones that did.
This for the rest of the show.
Quick, allow me to kind of
one more, and no, I want to move on because this is
sure, and that's fine. I'm just going based off of our track record of emailing back and forth. Okay, I'm just looking at how we emailed back and forth leading up to this thing, right? There's pretty much at least a day between every correspondence that we had, right? Almost every single time there's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other, I'm not gonna go. Like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad.
This is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad. Man, whoever taught him these latest things that kids say, he should stop saying them. He's 42.
You're saying we just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information, and then you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to check for the information." That's a bad cope. Previously, our correspondence was never a reason for you to check right away. Now you had a reason, and you didn't. Instead, you actually did the opposite. Instead of giving me the fair shake, but see if I was going to send you stuff, you went on a show defaming me the entire next day. That's the worst situation possible for you, but you didn't care.
Phil, you got me. I didn't check my email. I'm sorry. Hey, with that said, why do you need me? If you want to put this out there, like, you have an X account, you have a Twitter account, you have social media, you have a YouTube community tab. You can post all this stuff available, right? Like literally right now. You said you have it pulled up. Like you had all this stuff available. It's you still got it.
Exactly.
Is this your gotcha moment?
It's not even a gotcha moment. It's just a good point. Yeah, you have all this stuff. You have all the documents. Just show them. Show the people that you're innocent. Because you're innocent, right?
You're gonna try to get me to post my shit on the internet?
No, Phil. I'm saying is you don't need me. You never did need me, right?
That's actually untrue. Because what you don't understand, Craig, because again, you didn't know this, is that any time that I try to defend myself, the detractors move the goalpost. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a little innocuous thing that doesn't matter at all. It could be a big, full-blown lie that I've been doing for years. Whenever I try to do something, all right, they move the goalpost. Right now, I could post all the information up, and they would say, that's fake. That's not true. So it doesn't matter what I post or what I don't. Now, in the case of you have presented yourself as a neutral third party. You were going to be someone who was going to do this interview and be fair, and then you were going to judge for yourself, which actually seems like that's what happened, except you didn't actually give me the opportunity to send you the information to clear my name and tell you what really was going on. Now, whether or not you checked your email or not, it's not a big deal.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email, and I would like to take this moment to apologize to you and apologize to all of your champions, and especially all the
it's like that. It's a fake ass apology. I love this. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't check my email. I apologize to all the champions and all the detractors.
23 hours.
Okay, so let's move on from the email because this is going to be so boring if we keep talking about this.
Yeah, it already is.
You said you can only be here for about 90 minutes, right? So probably got
Yeah,
another 20
I got
minutes.
about another 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. The next day you do a show.
Guess what? He actually has a lot more because then he went on stream shitting on DSP, which is fucking awesome.
Entire show you're ragging on me, saying you didn't believe me at all. You laugh. Okay, go ahead.
Which you didn't give us reason to.
Okay.
You admitted to yesterday.
Fair enough. You laughed with my detractors. You did all the memes. You got a whole bunch of detractor contributions, correct? That did happen.
Sure.
Okay. Did you continue to do content based on me after this at all?
Not especially. You know, I think there was a. I don't remember the context of it, but I remember seeing you said something about us, and I was just kind of like done with it. And I think I went live, and I did what was called a monetize the hater stream.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't remember the context of it. But I remember being like I was done with it. Right? That's the thing, Phil. You got to understand. Like we've done almost 400 episodes of Side Scrollers. Right? Your interview was one day. Right? Now, once again, was it a chapter of the show? Yes, 100%. Do we appreciate it? Yes, 100%. But like we were done. We've turned the page. Just like I don't watch your stuff on a day-to-day basis, just like you don't watch our stuff on a day-to-day basis. I have too much going on to worry about what somebody else is doing online, right? So, you know, you get brought up occasionally, but it's just part of the Side Scrollers chapter in our book at this point. Part of the lore, just like Side Scrollers is a part of yours. So, you know, so yeah, I was pissed. So I went live and honestly, I will like to give credit to my boy Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers for his, you know, monetize the hater thing. So yeah, I think I went live with a monetize the hater thing and just kind of railed for a little bit because I was tired. I don't remember the context of it. I was just tired of hearing you talk about us.
It was the context was basically DSP just shitting on him, and what he just said. It's basically this. Hold on, where fuck was it? Is it in a different tab? I don't know. Whatever. DSP was fucking shitting on him. You know how it was. You remember.
You know, it is what it is. Do I regret it? Yeah, kinda.
No, why?
You know, it's just part of what it is.
Why would you regret shitting on somebody that shits on you? Why would you regret clapping back to somebody that is garbage who is taking shots at you? Because, like, I believe personally you shouldn't be dissed by people that are fucking garbage, that are lesser than you. You should show them that you can actually strike back and you can make them look like shit.
Okay. All right. I wanted to hear that straight from your mouth that this happened.
You can be dissed by bums.
The truth is, Craig, I don't even know. Because like you said, I don't watch your content. So I actually don't know the truth of what happens and what doesn't happen. I just hear people saying, are you aware that right now Craig has a stream called Monetize the Haters? He's making...
Yeah, I get the idea that you're lowering yourself to somebody else's level and that shit. But those people get away with this just because nobody goes down on their level to kick some dirt in their face. Because nobody goes down in the mud with the pigs to shit on them so they can learn their lesson and they can know their place if they're fucking deadbeat pieces of trash. So I think sometimes you should do that. Just to teach them that they can't fucking fuck with you.
Tractors. He's saying that he wants...
Especially if it makes you feel good to do that. If you're a nice guy, you want to let it pass, you know, take the high road, water under the bridge. I understand that. But if it's somebody like fucking DSP, this piece of scum, and this guy is shitting on you, you should definitely take a moment to clap back and show him where his place is.
On your show, I'm like, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you know, you're right. That's what it was. You were live. That's right. You were live, and I think you were talking shit about us or something along the lines, and you know, talking about how bad we were to you, and I was like, and this was another thing. I was like, look, I will come on your show right now and do exactly what we're doing. And this was, I don't even know how long ago this was. It was just like, let's just get done with this. And as I've said at the start of this, like, I reached out to you multiple times to do exactly this, to just get through this shit. And I told you, like, I don't care if it's on our channel or on your channel or some other channel, right? Let's just do it. So I was actually glad that you reached out because, you know, I don't think about you a whole lot, Phil, except for when people bring you up to me. And,
fair enough.
And you know, you're upset that people are like, you know, giving super chats because, well, maybe they enjoyed what we do, right? And I'm not going to say like, you know, some people were just excited to see that the interview was done. They were congratulating us for doing the interview.
They don't enjoy what you do. They enjoyed that you were bullying me. That's what it was. You were doing a whole stream, monetize the haters, and you were making money off of making fun of me.
But the whole stream was a response to DSP shitting on them, basically. It was a clap back. So, side scrollers monetize the haters. Because I remember that exists. Yep. And let's see what he's doing. And here's the high point.
To adjourn that stream, it's time for me to do my daily rap and get ready for a nice night with my wife. All right? Thank you all. It's good stuff, all right? Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it. And I hope that you will all have a good evening. I hope that I will see you all tomorrow for...
Okay, let's see this part.
I'm going to be ready to ask. I'm asking questions about boxing on Tuesday. All right? Rich, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. There's more to go, but I'm going to keep on going. We're only 5 minutes into this 8-minute clip. Let's continue on. We are monetizing the haters tonight. I'm looking forward to this. Let's continue on. Here we are.
And the next day said, don't bother sending it. I don't want it.
Whoa.
Create the packet of evidence you need to show.
The packet of evidence.
I said, I want to send it to you. Are you ready? He ignored me. And then the next day said, don't bother sending it. I don't want it.
What? 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 Are you serious right now?
I should definitely clip this for the soundboard.
Like, are you fucking serious? Email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4, email 5, email 6, email 7, end of thread. At no point, 0 point during that email thread, at any time, did this come out of any words ever.
All the evidence. Create the packet of evidence.
Yep, so you see what I mean? The point was that this whole monetize the haters thing was a response to DSP just basically making shit up and talking shit and thinking that nobody would see this, but Craig saw this and then he responded.
Which is what everyone else does too.
Bill, why was I live? Because you were talking shit about us.
So, okay, now on my stream, was I sitting there saying, hey, Craig haters, come on the stream and dump on Craig, and let's accept all the donations for everyone who doesn't like Craig. Let's talk about all Craig's dirty laundry on my stream today. Did I ever do that, Craig?
So, I don't know. I don't watch your stuff, but you're telling me...
No, I never did that, not once. The only gripes I ever had with you was that, how you behaved after the interview. That's literally it. That's the only problem I have with you. I don't have a problem with anything before or during the interview. It was the fact... you left the door open for me to contact you. You ignored that line of contact. You did a harmful show. Because you know what? Now I got to talk about this publicly. All right. Are you aware that because you didn't give me the chance to defend myself after the interview, you did a bullying show where you ragged on me and I wasn't there to defend myself against any of that? Do you know how that hurt me and my viewers and my content?
Oh, and now that he's cornered, he is laying down in a fetal position and crying. Is the same shit he did when he talked a bunch of trash in the FGC and then was hiding in the bathroom. He was hiding in fucking parking lots crying. He wanted to do crotch chops to other people. Yep. It's the same thing, just on the internet. And 20 years later.
Hold on. Let me just talk about this.
You know how you hurt me by having me on your show and me lying to you for 5 hours? That hurt me so much.
Europe, and by the way, this is something that I do want to talk about. You were upset that we went live and talked about this, and you were pissed that you weren't there to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You did a decompression show literally immediately after. You did a decompression show about Keemstar last week, and he wasn't there to defend himself. You did the exact same thing that we do, Phil.
Whoa. You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows.
Whoa. He picked that up from Worski, bro. He picked that up from Worski. The whole like, whoa. He picked that up from his bestie.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows.
Oh, what a felt. What a self felt. He didn't watch his decompression shows, where it's literally 2 hours of him reading super chats and deluding himself into thinking that things went well.
You just proved it. The decompression shows have nothing to do with talking about and ragging on the guest that just appeared. In fact, last week with Keem,
what just happened?
Last week with Keem, I had a whole stream where I said, we are not going to talk bad about this man. Instead, we're just going to talk about the future, building bridges and things like that. We didn't say one negative word about Keem. I didn't accept negative contributions. I told my audience to not contribute and insult Keem. And they didn't. Because that's wrong. That's capitalizing on an already bad situation. Because now I'm going to talk, Craig. Please let me speak, okay?
Go, Craig.
After the interview, I had to cancel a whole fucking show that I had planned that was called DSP Asks It. I had guests lined up to be on the show that I was going to interview. It was a big project that I had lined up for my...
Why did you fucking lie? Why did you lie for 5 hours straight to people that gave you the chance to not lie? And then you blame it on them? Because you lying made you look bad to everybody who's not a fucking retard?
My React channel. I
don't know.
Because the guest said, well, after the side scrollers appearance, they really dumped on you. It's not the interview we have issue with. It's the fact that they dumped on you. Said,
bro, nobody fucking watched their post show. Jesus Christ. It's like compared to the people who actually saw the DSP interview, which is has how many views? 227,000. Only 78,000 people watched the actual post show, and it was 2.5 hours of them reading super chats. Jesus Christ.
now literally everyone who saw your interview thinks you're an asshole. So because of that, we're canceling. So I had to cancel the whole show. My followers came out and said, we didn't mind the interview. I'm not done yet. I'm not done.
Yeah. Who is telling you this? That's a good question.
Let me finish.
Okay.
After the interview, my followers said, we don't care about the interview. We care that they ragged on you after. Now,
that's not true. Literally after the interview, when he started the decompression stream, there was like 5 people, notable pay pigs, that told him it went terrible. And he made himself look like a liar. And that's because he was lying the whole time.
it makes you look like an asshole. Now that makes us look like an asshole. We all want to be your fans, but how can we do it when the entire interview hates you now? Right? And you don't understand. What you thought you were doing was decompression. Let's just be honest. But what you did is you gave more avenue for the people who already hated me to hate more.
But bro, you yourself 2 days ago admitted that those people were right all along and that you were a liar all along. So you did this to yourself.
All you did was you gave a public grandstanding spectacle to my detractors. And the worst part about it, Craig, you publicly monetized it. You monetized bullying. That's the problem with what you did the day after. You hurt my business. You hurt my followers. You hurt me. You owe me an apology for that. I don't care about you not checking the interview. The email. I care about the fact that you not once, but then again later down the line.
By the way, Darkside Phil says, I don't care for you not checking your email. Also, Darkside Phil, this very same day, Mesa Clip saying, Craig exposed. He never gave DSP a chance by reading his own emails. Wow. Which one is it, pal? Which one is it?
Monetized hate against me. I literally never monetized hate against you ever. Ever.
Sure about that, Phil? You've never once monetized your hate against us?
And I'm going to give you a very nice proof of that. This video has 6,000 views, and it's not his fault because, of course, it's a DSP video. But this video is monetized, and this video is all about hating on them because it says, Kino Casino versus side-scrollers, DSP felt some. So, let me find out what you actually said.
Appear on a show, I'd like to tell Craig and the side scrollers Go fuck yourselves, you disingenuous pieces of human fucking shit.
This is monetized hate, by the way. This is targeted harassment, according to YouTube TOS.
I hope you fucking flush yourselves down a toilet and never climb the fuck out of the sewer that you live in with your drama politics show that no one gives two fucks about. All right? Why don't you go fucking suck on Melody Mac or whatever the fuck the new hot topic is today with your bullshit drama? No one gives a fuck about you and you'll never be relevant.
You'll never be relevant. This is crazy because they got 2,000 viewers live right now.
Now fucking choke on it.
Now choke on it. This is targeted harassment and is cyberbullying according to YouTube terms of service. But also YouTube terms of service are made out of wet newspapers. So you got that.
You never talked poorly about side scrollers?
Oh, I absolutely talked poorly about you, but I certainly didn't have entire shows based around it, inviting all of your detractors. Because you want to know something, Craig? They contacted me about this show. They said, here's all the dirt on Craig.
You know what's really funny? I got the clip right here. This clip is sourced by Duty, so shout out to him for clipping this.
They are and the mistakes they've made. I know all about them. I know about Stuttering Craig's history. I know about Adam Krigler's history. I know all about them, the stuff that they've done that is laughably, hilariously embarrassing. I'm not going to bring that crap up because that has nothing to do with the situation. But that's the point I'm making is I'm not going to go there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. I'm not gonna bother.
He's not gonna bother. Nice guy, Burnell. Yeah, I got stuff that can destroy you, but I'm not gonna bother because I'm better than that.
And you want to know what I told them? This is the truth, Craig. I said, fuck you. I said, I'm not gonna do that. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna talk about Craig's dirty laundry because that's not what this is about. I could have easily been doing that all along. Everyone has skeletons in the closet. We all know this, but I'm never going to be like that. I want to build bridges. I don't want to burn them. All right?
You want to build bridges.
I don't want to be at your throat. I don't want you to hate me. I just want us to be at peace. Even if we never speak again, I just want us to be at peace. I'm tired of this internet drama bullshit. But you hurt me bad with your behavior after that interview, and I want you to understand how bad it was for me. I had to hide for a year. And
oh my god. Oh my god.
And I want you to understand how bad it was for me. I had to hide for a year.
He had to hide for a year. He had to hide. Buddy, you're live on YouTube every day. What are you talking about?
And now to just show you.
And before that, he didn't want to touch anybody with a 10-foot pole. This guy spent a decade talking about how he wanted to be on his own island and not mess with anybody and not have anything to do with anybody. And now it's Craig's fault because he lied to him for 5 hours straight. And then Craig was like, hey, I think this guy is lying to me.
Craig, how different it could have been. Did you see my appearance on Kino Casino recently?
Oh my god. This is where it gets like epically cringe.
And how different that went?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Kino Casino is a show over on Kick. They had me on. We joked about everything. We joked about WWE champions ever. We made a big laugh about it. But they also treated me like a respectful human. They didn't monetize hate against me. We had fun conversation.
Yeah, but you guys monetize hate against Review Tech USA. Is that not true?
Watch video clips. We laughed.
That's literally all they did.
You want to know what it was? I was a guest on their show. Like I was supposed to be a guest on your show.
What kind of a show is that? What do they do? What do they do? Is it cyberbullying? Is it monetized hate against other people? Who are also lolcows, by the way? It's a really interesting thought. I'm going to look up that show and find out what they're about.
What never happened because we did the interview. You want to know what happened? Public opinion has changed, Craig. You may not realize this. Right now, people like me for the first time in ages.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because they gave me a chance.
What a jilted lover. What a bitter ex-boyfriend. People love me now. I have a new girlfriend. And you know what? She sucks my dick way better than you could, Craig. And she lets me put it in her ass. And you never did that. So fuck you. You're a fucking idiot.
Because they didn't rag on me. They didn't bully me. They were bullying me. But once I personally talked to them nicely and I say, hey, just have me as a guest. They, whoa, what?
Yo, this is so crazy. They were bullying me, but then I told them, hey, why don't you guys make money off of me? And then they were like, oh, you know what? Yeah, you're the king now.
The hell? So everything they say about you is, you know, actually isn't true. Well, not all of it, but the thing is that being treated kindly instead of being bullied and being monetizing the bullying led me to a redemption arc where now I'm finally fessing up to all the stuff I've done wrong, and it's all changing for the better, right? That could have happened with your interview, but that's not what you did.
We gave you an opportunity to fess up during the interview, Phil.
Which I couldn't do because I couldn't prove it during the interview. I had to get the information together, and I was going to do that, and you didn't give me the opportunity.
Well, no. Did you have any of that information available when you talked about this yesterday? All you did was you just talked. That's it.
So, that's a very good point. Hey man, if you're gonna be such an honest guy, why didn't you have that info available yesterday when you got it ready last year?
All you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa. Now you're moving the goalpost. So first it was, the only way anyone was going to believe you is if you sent me all the documentation during the show.
Well,
now you're saying I could have just said whatever.
I'll give you this, but I will give you that, right? Documentation would have helped your case, 100%. With that said, Phil, like just you saying, yeah, I played WWE Champions. Yeah, my name was this, whatever it was, right? You know, and just saying those things, yeah, absolutely. That would have gone so far, right? And I feel like we extended the olive branch many times during that interview, right? And once again, you left that interview feeling good. Your point of contention is that after the show, we spoke honestly about our frustrations. Once again, why were we frustrated, Phil? Because we felt lied to, which was validated yesterday, literally yesterday. Later on.
Absolutely the worst time he could have admitted to this. This guy cannot think further than 5 minutes ahead, legitimately. Because if he didn't admit to this and then had Craig on, you wouldn't have this entire plot line that he actually lied. He's so fucking dumb.
Did I do a
aggressively stupid?
100%. Why? Because you were talking shit about me, right? We've never gone out of our way to go off and say, hey, it's time to dump on Phil because it's fun to dump on Phil, right? We dumped because we were pissed at the time. The result of the interview, we felt lied to, once again, validated, and you were talking shit. So naturally it was like, hey, and the idea of going live there was, let's go on Phil's show and hash it out like we're doing now. So look, Phil, I mean this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were hurt. I'm sorry that your community was hurt. And I'm sorry that you felt that way for a long time. That's why I'm on this show. I want to help you close the door with this chapter, right? I'm not your enemy. In fact, I've been your biggest champion. I've got. I want.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with that. I believe the Golden Hogan, or maybe the Zombie Hogan, is his biggest champion. I'm gonna need to double check. But Craig, I don't believe Craig is in WWE Champions, and if he was, he probably wouldn't be as strong as the Golden Hogan.
Whatever that looks like, right?
I'm your biggest champion.
In every single email correspondence we've had, I've said, hey, I want to let you know, let's get together, let's hash this out, let's move forward, right? Every single time, even when it comes to inviting you on the show, our 1 year anniversary. Hey, Phil, come on the show. Nothing serious. Let's just come on. It'd be fun. People would have it on. Hey, Phil, do you want Street Fighter 6 is coming out? You want to help hash this out? Let's just hash it out. Let's talk it out. It'd be a great way to build a bridge, which once again, that's something that you want to do. I listen, if we want to go with the build a bridge metaphor, I put down lots of wood over the last 18 months trying to build a bridge. And every single time the email wasn't responded to, or maybe you didn't check your email. I don't know, right?
I did check the email. It's just there's no way I'm going to be playing Street Fighter with a guy who doesn't play Street Fighter, where I'm not going to benefit from it whatsoever. You will, because you're going to get another boost from my appearance on your show playing Street Fighter.
Oh my god. This guy, in every interaction, he just thinks what he can benefit from somebody else. Wow, what an existence.
We could have done it on your channel. That's the thing. You didn't even respond. But isn't that the fun of it? The idea that you play Street Fighter 6, you lay into me for fucking 9 matches, you destroy me, you're the definitive champ, and all of a sudden the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig. No one cares about you playing Street Fighter. What are you talking about?
But they care about us getting together, and Street Fighter is the conduit to do that. That's what I'm getting at. Move past the idea of Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, this dude is. There's nothing worse than a person who is incredibly stupid who thinks he's actually a fucking genius.
Phil, it's bigger than Street Fighter 6. The idea was just get together.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, no one cares about you playing Street Fighter. That's not like, yeah. Who thinks fucking CRAG is gonna beat DSP in Street Fighter? That's not what it's about.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You just apologized to me because I was hurt. I want you to apologize to me because you did it, because you know it was wrong.
It wasn't wrong, and he's not sorry. And if he apologizes, that's weak.
I don't think it was wrong because
there we go. Based, absolutely based. Never apologize for something you don't mean.
Like I said, you yesterday, as you said yesterday, you lied to us. You lied to us. We felt that lie. We knew it was a lie. Look, was it reactionary? 100%. I'll say yes. It was wrong in that it was reactionary with the monetize the hate stream, right? That was a reactionary thing. Am I proud of it? No, right? And you know what, Phil? I'm going to do you one better. Give me a charity of your choice. Give me a charity of your choice. I will donate that day on that stream. We made $633.08.
And this is where it gets really cool. Listen.
I will donate $633.08 to a charity of your choice.
Craig, if
that will help close the book.
If you actually cared about anything that you're saying right now, you already would have donated that money. So you can do with it however you want. But the fact is, you have done absolutely nothing in this appearance to show any kind of responsibility or remorse for the things that you did regarding me, my community, or my reputation after the interview. And you've publicly admitted you didn't check the avenue that you could have gotten actual evidence of what I was going to tell you about the truth. So
I did not check the email.
So I don't really know I can help you anymore at this point. You know, it's like I've been saying to everyone recently. What's happened in the last month and a half is pretty remarkable.
No, it's not, because it's not real. It's smoke and mirrors. Sure, people give him more money now because they're probably stupid, but it helps the illusion, if you were to say that. But it's not gonna last, and next thing you know, we're gonna be back to making fun of this guy, and he's gonna be back to begging for tips so he can buy a lunch meat sandwich.
All right. Basically, everyone for the last like 10 years who really like messed with me and hated on me, it's kind of all coming back. Karma, you know.
No, it's not. What, Review Tech USA got a June the King documentary made about him and was made to look like a bum? He was a bum all along. He was a bum. Everybody made fun of him for the last like year and a half.
In your case, you're definitely not egregious, okay? I want you to understand something. After today, I have no grudge against you whatsoever, all right? I'm going to act like none of this ever happened. Really, I mean it too. I'm going to act like none of this ever happened. We're just going to move on with our life. You're going in one direction. I'm going in another direction, all right? But you have to understand that, like, when you have a platform, you have a responsibility to be responsible with that platform. If you were going to have the big definitive Darkside Phil interview, and even if you thought I had lied the entire interview, which I did about WWE champions, that's what I lied about, okay?
No, he lied about his expenses. That's also tied to WWE champions. He lied about his bankruptcy. He lied about his bank leaks. He lied about a lot of stuff.
You still have a responsibility after the fact to follow up. That's what you didn't do. You actually didn't do the most important part. What you did was the equivalent of if, let's say, Barbara Walters was...
Oh my god, this is the worst now. Listen to this shit. Because this, like, once we get tangled up in shitty-ass analogies like this, and then the other guy has to respond to the analogy and point out that it doesn't make sense, then we're just wasting everybody's time.
An interview a big prominent person. I don't know. We're going to make this up. Barbara Walters was interviewing Donald Trump, okay? And she does an interview with Donald Trump, and she hits him with all the hard-hitting questions, and he answers with bluster and everything. And a lot of people don't believe Donald Trump or whatever. The next day, she goes on a public appearance where she literally says, I don't believe a word Donald Trump said. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. I don't like his hair. I don't like this. And then as she was doing it, all the sponsors of Democratic causes are sending money to the show because, oh, this is great. She's ragging on Donald Trump, who we don't like. That's literally what you did. That's not integrity. That's bullying for profit, all right? No. And the fact that you can't admit that you did this, you say you're sorry it hurt me, but you're not sorry you did it, that just, it speaks to your character. I didn't have to do anything. You literally just did it to yourself on the show. And that's the thing. I didn't have to monetize hate against you at all. You did it to yourself. And I'm not going to monetize hate against you ever. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a decompression stream after this where we shit on you at all. Because I don't have anything else to say once you're off this show. It's done. You did it. You did it yourself, my friend.
Just to be clear, so when Barbara Walters, who is dead, interviews Donald Trump, I think she's whatever. When
she passed away. Rest in peace. She was a great interview.
And now again, we're wasting time. Instead of talking about actual specific topics, we're talking about a fake situation. We're talking about a weird analogy that doesn't make sense and doesn't apply.
So she has this interview with Donald Trump. Is she not allowed to talk about it afterwards?
Oh, she could talk about it, but she's not. Oh, she's not allowed to monetize hatred toward the person she just interviewed. And
but does Barbara Walters get super chats? Does Barbara Walters beg for gifted memberships? It's a completely different fucking situation, bro. You're not a fucking guy that's getting interviewed on TV on the morning show. You're not a guy that's getting interviewed by Jimmy Kimmel. You're a fucking fat retard that's playing mobile games and spending all his money and lying about it.
Here's why. Here's why. No. Let me clarify why. Because if you're the interviewer, you're supposed to be fair and impartial, correct? During the interview. You were during the interview.
Okay.
But then, if that interviewer immediately discredits the person they just interviewed, there's not one fucking person who's going to go back and watch the interview with a fair take and a subjective glance at it and say, okay, so I will judge for myself if he told the truth. Okay? No one who watched the interview gave me that shot because you literally after the interview said, he's a bold-faced piece of shit liar. Let's laugh at him with his detractors. Ha 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 ha. Ack, 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 ack. Okay? So your interview originally was meant to be fair and balanced, and it became a hit piece because of what you did after. And I don't think you've ever really consciously known that, but it is. It's a giant hit piece against me, and it always will be.
Phil, you did it to yourself, man. You
literally, you did it to yourself.
You had an opportunity with all this. If it's a hit piece, it's your words. Your words.
I was going to send you everything you asked for.
You had a chance to talk.
Okay, go ahead. All
right. You said with your own words, you thought it was a very fair interview, right?
Yes.
If people look back on that interview, right, and they are upset about the interview, it's because of the response that you gave.
Dude, I just kind of realized this because DSP spent most of the time talking in this show. I just realized his interviews on his fake podcast is just having people on to explain themselves. Okay, now explain yourself why you made me look bad. Keemstar, explain yourself. Craig, explain yourself. And it doesn't fucking fly. And it probably would have gone a lot different with Keemstar if he knew from the get-go that DSP was never going on the Lolcow podcast and he could actually be himself.
Nobody's going back and watching the monetize the hate stream, or no one's going back and watching the decompression stream. What they're watching is the DSP interview.
That's pretty much what I said. They're not gonna go back and watch them read super chats for like 2 hours.
And if they're upset about something that happened, or if they have if they think a certain way about you or me or Adam because of that stream, it's based off of the conversation that we had then, and not based around anything that happened afterwards, right? That's the main point of contact that people are watching. So look, you can try to put the noose around my neck all you want, right? And that's fine. Go ahead. If that's what makes you feel better, that's fine. But ultimately, Phil, it's your words. It was your lies that you told that led to the ultimate distrust with this stuff, Phil. And look, I'm sorry, man. Like, I hope that you can move past this. I hope that we have an opportunity to work together again in the future. I do. I genuinely do. Because I do think at your core, I do think that you are a good guy who just wants to play games and make positive content, right? And you know what? I think that's extremely admirable. But you can't be upset when we talk about something and somebody super chats about it, right? I'm sorry that happened. And I'm sorry that your detractors gave us money, right? But you know what? It's going to happen again. It happened today. Somebody super chatted $2, saying, hey, did you hear about this? Should I give that $1.40 back? Right? Like, I don't know how to handle that, Phil. And I'm not going to apologize for people who gave us money because they felt we either did a good job or we felt like we missed something, or did you hear about this? I'm not going to apologize for that. I told you I will gladly I will gladly give that money to a charity, right? And I'll give it to a charity in your name, right? But if you don't want that, that's fine, and that's totally okay.
But yeah, that would kind of help the case, right? Because DSP's problem is monetizing hate, quote unquote. So you're getting paid off of hate. But if you get that money and you give it to somebody else, you're not getting paid by hate. You're helping someone else by hate. And it still makes it good, right? But DSP doesn't want that, so he's cucking people getting helped because the trolls would win or something. I guess everything by default boils down to the trolls will win. I can't fuck my wife because the trolls are gonna win. Somehow. I don't know.
I mean, I'm speechless. You actually think that giving that money to a charity a year and a half later is going to somehow make you look good or something? Like,
well, if you have a fucking problem with the guy making money off of making fun of you, then if he gives it to charity, that should be better.
What are you talking about?
No. I hope that I could care less. What I care about is helping you move on, because you clearly are clinging on to this, right? And like I said, I'm sorry that this happened, right? But I'm not sorry for the words that you said, right? Once again, if somebody feels a certain way about you, it's based off your actions, right? I'm live 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. People see me, they know me by now, right? I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go fuck yourself, because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously. And I'm sorry that you're upset that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry for that.
Absolutely based moment from Craig. I respect him greatly for this. Yeah, if you're gonna make fun of my character, you're gonna assault my character, go fuck yourself. Because first of all, your character is way worse, and you got no right throwing fucking stones at me, motherfucker. So good on Craig.
And I'm sorry that I was pissed that you were talking shit about me, right? But I hope we can move past this. I really do, and I hope that this helps you turn the page. Will it do it? Probably not. But one thing that I do really hope is I hope that people don't send you super chats in regards to me. But no, I hope people send you lots of money in regards to me. I hope I'll be the first one talking about myself, and I'll send you a super chat momentarily here in just a few minutes.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
But I want to. Well,
I can't stop you. If you really have to do it, I mean, I can't stop you from doing it. I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. Really, at this point. Like, you literally, in a situation here where we were being completely cordial, you just told me to go fuck myself publicly on the stream. You realize that, right?
Why?
I didn't do it. You did.
Why? Because you attacked my
No, not why. You did it. We were being cordial. I just had an entire show with Keem last week, and I have way more gripes with Keem than I have with you, and that never happened.
Did you attack Keem's character?
Oh, yeah. Of course I did. And he went back at me, and we went back and forth, and we hashed it out. Yeah.
Listen, then Keem should have told you to go fuck yourself.
All right.
Yeah.
Folks, there you have it. There you have it. Night and day. I mean, you can't.
And you gotta love it, because this guy told him, if you're gonna attack my character, go fuck yourself. And DSP's taking it as like, yep, you saw him, you guys. You saw him. He told me to go fuck myself. Obviously, bad guy. Villain. Crucify him now, please.
And that's all. I mean, really, honestly. But we're over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for two things. I'll apologize, number one, that I did lie to you during the interview.
Which
that was
led
wrong.
to everything we're talking about.
That was wrong. And number two, I apologize to the public that I lied for so many years, but I already did that last night on my own show, so they already know about that. All right? And I'll apologize to you now because we're taking too much of your time, and I know you got to get going. All right?
So let me close with this.
You close, and then I'll close, and we'll be good.
Okay.
You close first.
I want you to really think about your actions here, right? Think about this logically. Please do. Why were we pissed the next day? Why? I'm asking you. Why were we pissed?
Oh, you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like you wanted me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it, because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long.
But it was supposed to be the definitive interview. You went if you had to ask any of those questions. Such as, where does DSP's money go? Such as, is DSP playing WWE Champions? Is he down from the rafters? Spoilers, yes. And to the question, where does his money go? It goes to WWE Champions and also bills. So all these questions got answered eventually, but not in that interview because he lied to them for like 5 hours.
And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview. 5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview. But it was good for my detractors. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them, but you didn't have anything for anyone else. So it didn't give you what you were looking for in the product. That was the problem. You were really hoping you were going to get the big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview. You didn't get it. So you got upset about it. And that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview. You thought you had wasted 5 hours of your time. And what you said was, well, now I'm going to get him back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on Friday. That's actually what happened.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay,
right?
Fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to. Had you not lied, none of this would have happened. If you were just clear and honest with us, like you've been like you were yesterday, everything, none of this would have happened. We could have moved on. It would have been like, yeah, did we think it was full of shit? That's fine. And would the Friday stream have happened the way it did? Probably not. Right? Would the monetize the hater stream have happened? Probably not. Because if you just were honest from the start, none of this would have happened. So you can point the finger at me all day long. But at the end of the day, Phil, what's the old saying? You still got 3 more pointing back, right? Back at you. So look, I'll take my responsibility. I hope you look within yourself and you take some responsibility in this as well, right? And that's fine. I do hope that we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scrollers and we do a regular show. If you don't want to deal with a politics-driven show that isn't whatever you said, right?
Oh, get ready for this.
You were extremely.
Get ready for this.
And by nice, I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff, so I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more names.
Oh, I'm dropping my 5 gifted memberships in chat.
I hope you're honest.
Congrats to whoever gets them. Make sure to subscribe because there's more streams coming up.
Appreciate your time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right. Now hold on. Now, before you go, let me say my piece too. All right.
Sure.
Well, it'll be quick. I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree? That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had a feud with you for 18 months, man.
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say. Monetize the haters, but
yeah, the thing is that DSP had a feud with someone who didn't have a feud with him. That's the funniest part of this, because he can't let go of anything, and he can't actually end a grudge. It needs to be eternal. And now is the best part.
don't have a feud with me. You want me to play Street Fighter with you. You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversary show because you know it's going to bring you hype and attention from my detractors, but you don't have a feud with me. Okay? But okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud, but we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done.
Also, DSP criticizing other people for wanting some guest on their show to have a better show and to be interesting and to have hype, and at the same time making a show that's about drama and having Keemstar in a show because it's hype. That's great.
We're good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you were asking me now, a year and a half later, will I be a guest on your show? Which was what originally was agreed to, correct? Like, that's what you're saying. It was originally, that was the agreement. We were going to do the interview. And then after that, I was going to have the opportunity to be a regular guest on your show like everyone else had been, correct? Right. That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying, like, we were just disappointed, right? And the offer wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay, so now...
With that said, I hope we can move past it.
That's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good. You're saying you're extending that olive branch, and you're saying that that opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself.
He didn't even finish saying "go fuck yourself" before he ended the call. He was so cucked, and he was such a pussy, and he wanted to get the final words so bad that he couldn't even shit on the guy before he kicked him off. Couldn't even do that. And he was setting himself up for the last like 2 minutes. Okay, so did we say that you want me on your show? Can we confirm that? Can we say yes? Okay, can we say yes? Can you say yes? Yes? Well, I'm not interested. To go fuck yourself.
Well, I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go.
And he said, I'm not interested. He didn't even say go fuck yourself and then ended the call. Didn't even say it. No, that's not how you can be a badass.
Go fuck yourself. Okay.
And yeah, we got a bunch of DSP DMs. I got a good look at them earlier, and you can't really see much, at least much of value. I'm going to try and enhance this. Well, that's not going to work. But you got to see DSP's Discord. Maybe you're going to see something that is a little bit interesting here, but probably not. Yeah, what do we got here? We got a top tier rated, of course, Brian, the former DSP friend. Yeah, we got Craig, we got God Revan Ryu, whoever that is. We got Dr. Klein, we got E, we got the Warski and Triple P chat. We got a Warski chat, we got a Triple P chat. We got some top tier rated group chat. I think that was with Brian and a friend of theirs. We got Dante, Jake James Lugo. Yes. Whoa, buddy. It's Lugo Boy Eternity. Oh, man. What is this guy doing there? Why is this guy still involved? Oh, my God. Is it possible? That's him? That's him. 1000%. Jake James Lugo. You thought it was only a Lugo Boy summer? No. Lugo Boy forever. It never ends. Make sure to do your hand exercises and don't kill yourself, as he says, which is super positive. Anyways, that was it. I'm not gonna watch his decompression thing. I'm gonna need to go and eat something. Then we got TBS in like 2 hours, so make sure to go check that out. I'm gonna do some monetizing the haters and read some shout outs, and then we're out of here, brother. And yes, that was the real Lugo. That was the real guy. The real boy himself. So, make sure to subscribe. There are more streams coming up, I promise. This channel is back to being alive until it goes dead again. But for now, it's alive, at least on the weekends. I'm going to try and make regular weekend streams. And every once in a while, just your regular level 1 experience. Shout out to Kofi Jack for the subscription. Also, shout out to JC for the sub and Infamous KS. Big ups Wesley H for the super chat. Does Phil think if he provided that evidence, they still wouldn't read all the super chats they got over the course of 2 days? And would that change anything? That's a good point. Even if he showed that evidence and that wasn't down from the rafters, they would still get a bunch of super chats. I'm pretty sure about all the other things they did and having Keemstar on, and yeah, I think that's a pretty good point. I don't think the evidence would prove something, but it's the only thing DSP can use as some kind of a gotcha moment, because that's what this whole thing was about. Him trying to hold Craig accountable. And it went really badly, as you could tell by the comments on his own video. Shout out Hood Hustler, Infidel Castro, Juan Rodriguez. Hood Hustler, 29 months, says, next excuse is a detractor bought my account. Can you imagine that? But if a detractor bought his account, they would have receipts of the account actually being sold. And that would be something. Infidel Castro says, Phil left that interview thinking he won. He really did. But, you know, with him and with all narcissists, they always think they've won. They are going to take the L and twist it into a crooked W, and that's enough for them. Because it doesn't matter. They just like believing whatever makes them feel comfortable. Because they ain't got much else making them feel comfortable. Juan Rodriguez, 23 months, says, DSP got that face you just want to punch. especially with all the smug ass expressions, man. Whenever he like thinks he's onto something, I might just click on a random point in this and he's gonna have a smug expression. Here it is. Exactly this one. This thing right here. When he thinks he got you, he thinks he got you debunked, dead to rights. And matter of fact, he's just using some weird form of mental gymnastics. Big ups Mr. Extravagant. Every time I think DSP can't dig his hole any deeper, he somehow finds a way to keep digging and digging. Which makes this even more interesting is that how is he digging his grave with that bad back? Maybe he was lying about his bad back too, because he's really good at digging. And you know, bad back and all. Shout out to J-Dog, who says, Craig was so beyond fair to Phil. Way too patient. Patient of a saint man. Including this one as well. In the original one, he was also very patient. But here, when he's straight up trying to get manipulated by a guy into admitting a bunch of things that are not true, patience was off the charts. I wouldn't have been so patient myself. But I'm not very patient. I ain't got no patience. I'm not a doctor. Blah. Shout out Infidel Castro for the super chat. Show me on this doll where CRAG hurt you. And man, I don't want to see where he's gonna show on that doll anything, because he's hurt in many different places. He might not stop showing you stuff. Big ups Brian for the super chat, who says, yeah boy. Indeed. Shout out Meth Bear, who says, Piggy demands forgiveness in adoration while stabbing his victims. Typical cry bully behavior. But that's what it is. He wants another guy to apologize him because he was lying to him. That's very interesting. This is the first time I've ever seen something. Shout out Tony T, who says, the delusion is so strong. I want to see it shatter. But unfortunately for you, I don't think that's ever going to happen. That's just too crazy of a thing to actually happen. DSP delusion is immortal. That's what makes him immortal, is that he's so delusional it transcends the laws of physics. Shout out to VLX. Unleash the Beast, Toxic 2024. And what is really godlike about this whole saga is that he started half of this year leading up to this saga talking about how he's been staying away from drama, and then did a full 180, and now he's just doing almost non-stop drama, to the point where tomorrow I think is going to be his first only stream of no drama. Both streams, actually, day stream and night stream, until some drama comes up and he wants to check out what Duty's been doing again. Shout out to Matthew. DSP talks about moving the goalpost. Does he know that he moves his own goalpost? No one else touches it by himself. That is very true. He does move the goalpost and use an incredible amount of mental gymnastics. And that's why these streams and people talking to him is so long-winded. That interview had no right being 5 hours long. But it was just because he was doing so much mental gymnastics and deflections and filibustering. And everybody could tell. Shout out Kane Gaines for the $1. A man who has to hide, 42-year-old, and he has to hide from the public. He doesn't go outside often and is on the internet 24/7. That's his life since he reached his teens, probably. Probably, yeah. After he graduated high school, or at least when he started using the internet and message boards actively. That's been, man. And at least back then, I guess I disagree at some part, because he used to at least go to fighting game tournaments and stuff, and he used to meet other people. Yeah, he was a piece of shit, but he used to actually have those human interactions, and now he doesn't. Now this is the best you can get. Him having someone on his stream so he can try and hold him accountable, and then it backfires completely, and he turns into a joke. All while wearing a really weird shirt that's buttoned up all the way up. Well, it is what it is. Shout out to Kane Gaines again. And him saying he doesn't want to burn bridges and he doesn't want to hate Craig sounds so manipulative. If he had any brain cells, he would have said it like this. I don't want to damage our relationship or hold any negative feelings towards you. Well, this is kind of, well, it's kind of hard to say because their relationship is already damaged. Because DSP spent like a year and a half shitting on this guy, and now he had him on his podcast and acting like they've been friends all along. And that's what made it kind of weird. He did that same thing to Keemstar as well. This like fake niceness is worse than actually being straight up hostile. Shout out to Scrappy who says, isn't this an interview? Well, it is technically, but this is the CRAG interview. It's not the Phil interview. So I guess it is still, you're right. Shout out Sir Joseph Pesci, who says, you want to see something hilarious? When Phil was confronted about Derek, look at Worski's face when he says tier maker. That's going to take a while to find, actually. But I guess I can do that. Is this on the DSP channel? I think it is. Let's say null. That should come up. Oh, no. Let's see. Kiwi? No. Where the fuck is that? Well, I guess I'm going to find it another time because I got to bounce now. Shout out to Klaus Mystery. LMAO, Phil, you're a nobody. I don't think anyone will care if someone insults you on a super chat. Cry harder. But yeah, I mean, it's a fucking super chat that DSP gets plenty of those, calling him a fucking bitch and calling his wife fat. I don't know why it makes it so much worse and it damages his reputation and his community when somebody does that on a different channel. It's kind of weird. Shout out to Ryan for 18 months. And big ups to Scrappy who says, has to set up his own layout only to fumble. Yeah, dude, it took him so long to set up the whole gimmick with kicking him out, and he still did it at the worst time and it didn't work. He was looking at his layout, he was finding the button in Discord where you have to kick someone out. Look at this is where it happens. And he was looking at it and was trying to fuck around with Discord. Here, when you see his right hand be on the mouse, you know that's what he's doing. And he's been trying to set this whole thing up. He was even glancing here. You see, this is him. Him trying to look at the PC. Is it like, okay, am I looking at the right thing? Because he wanted to get this right. And he still fucking fucked it up. He still fucked it up. It's ridiculous. Embarrassing. And then we got a bunch of actual black screen. Actual black screen. This whole thing, by the way, it got showcased, or I don't know how they call it, highlighted on Kiwi Farms. And yeah, well, that's what happened. I guess it was big enough for the front page. Shout out to Fantastic Mr. Phil, who says he looks like he doesn't have teeth. Yeah, I've been saying this for a while now. There's I don't know where to show you, but his bottom lip straight up looks like he doesn't have teeth. And it's really weird. I guess it's the swollen lips from drinking so much alcohol. Shout out Johnny5, who says his goatee still looks like a torn off sticker. Yeah, it's something, man. It's something. I guess he should just, well, I wouldn't say he should shave it off because he's going to look a lot worse. He's going to look like a pug. Or one of those Shar-Pei. Was it the Shar-Pei, the melting dog? Yeah, it's going to look like this. Dude's going to look like this. It's not good. You should just keep it until it completely falls apart and falls off. And just looks like pubic hair, which it already does. But now it looks like patchy pubic hair. Maybe he could get a hair transplant for his goatee. Shout out to Rancord for the 5 gifted, dude. Big ups to you. Congrats to whoever got him. Big ups to Ikaro, saying, imagine if Jake James Lugo was his advisor behind the scenes. Can you imagine? That would be so interesting. He's actually pulling the strings. It's not even Kino Casino. It's Jake James Lugo. Because Jake James Lugo actually did the entire thing. This whole saga. He manipulated Kino Casino and he gave him the heads up. Hey, you guys, you should get Darkside Phil on your show to make fun of Review Tech USA. And then all that happened, and then this is happening. And this only happened because the detractors make fun of Lugo. That was it. Because of Lugo Boy Summer. That's the whole reason. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And big ups to Rancord for the membership. And I guess that's how I'm going to send you guys home. That's going to be it for this stream. Another one tomorrow where we're going to dive into the June the King debacle, story, plot line. And let me just tell you, you have a lot more content to be looking forward to because there's going to be some stuff happening. Well, the way I said this is like I'm planning something, but I'm fucking planning more streams. That's all. Literally all. Lee Doe, your super chat got missed. Let me check it. Let me check it. Let me make sure. I don't know, dude. Let me look for it here. Need to open the other thing. Oh yeah. I'm sorry about that. In the midst of all this annoying Kino bullshit, that go fuck yourself was the thing that brought me back to life. That was just, it was something everybody needed. Cause like the thing was, if Craig ended up apologizing to DSP and just playing by the fiddle, that would suck. That would be very deflating. But then he was like, you know what? If you're going to insult my character, go fuck yourself. And you know that hurt DSP a lot, to the point where he had to pull this weird fucking stunt in the end and botch it completely. Embarrassingly. Because, you know, he told everybody that he's going to be the fucking godlike, the best interviewer ever. And now he threw somebody off his show by telling him to go fuck himself. So yeah, he got debunked. He debunked himself on his second ever interview. So I guess that's it, you guys. Now I'm going to forward you to the That Being Said channel, where about 2 hours from now, we're going to have a stream. And we're going to talk about basically what I just watched. So you're going to get everybody's thoughts on the matter and the truth of the matter to the best of my abilities. Spoilers, I'm going to lie a bunch. But don't challenge me on it, because I'm going to have to ask you to apologize. Until then, stay based, stay felted, and stay flat. Yong out.